If there's one thing every car guy hates, it's cleaning the garage. Do you want to take most of the time and hassle out of that job? Then call Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Agnes and her crew will have your garage, shop, basement, or even your porch looking great all the time. With unique patterns and designs, plus the ability to incorporate your logo or any artwork, your space will never have looked better. Installation is done in 1 day, guaranteed, and Zone Garage offers a 20-year warranty on the top coat. Their coatings are durable, anti-slipped, and impact resistant. Give them a call at 570-856-6067. That's 570-856-6067 for Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
Tonight's presentation on the National Racing Network is brought to you by 1313 Enterprises. 1313 Enterprises, LLC, offers experienced landscaping and vinyl decal, specialized in helping clients by providing the upkeep needed to their property, from grass cutting to power washing. No job is too small. Their ultimate goal is to ensure that you are completely satisfied with the end result of your project. Contact them and you won't be disappointed. Find them on Facebook at 1313 Enterprises, LLC. Tonight's broadcast is also brought to you by Betts Garage. Betts is family-owned and operated since the early 70s and offers towing, hauling, auto glass, and collision repair 24/7, 365. Our fleet is large and diverse, and we have trucks and equipment for almost any job. Our family of businesses works hard to serve your business and family. Call today to see how we can best serve your needs at 302-834-2284. Our presentation is also brought to you by Alliance Concrete Pumps in Linwood, Pennsylvania, which is stocked with a large inventory of parts for all makes of pumps. The parts and service team in Linwood is ready to take on any size job for any brand of pump. Our equipment is manufactured on a rolling assembly line, streamlining efficiencies that ensures a common build that delivers a consistent high-quality product built to the right specifications every time. Contact Alliance Concrete Pumps at 610-584-7231 for more information. And our broadcast tonight is also brought to you by Joseph Smith Enterprises, which has been providing quality service since 1996, specializing in dismantling and containerizing heavy equipment. When you are shipping cargo across the ocean, it is critical that it's correctly loaded, packed, blocked, and braced in compliance with all maritime standards. Containerized packing for overseas shipping have substantial savings when compared to shipping equipment as a whole, with roll-on, roll-off shipping. In addition to our dismantling and containerizing services, we also offer a full range of services designed to get your equipment port, auction, and transport ready. Contact Joseph Smith Enterprises at 302-420-5049 for more information. And we welcome you to the 1313 Enterprises Battle at the Bullring 100 Lapper at the Airport Speedway, the 4th year that this race has been held, and we're about ready to get things started. We just had time trials wrap up here on the National Racing Network before we went live. PJ Williams, the quick timer of anybody. We have 43 cars here this weekend, 42 of them timed this evening. The one car that did not have to was the winner of last night's AC Racing Products Showdown, and the guy that has now won 5 of the last 6 races here at the Airport Speedway in the 600 division, including the last 4 straight, the Newcastle, Delaware native himself, Tyler Tank. So Tyler Tank is locked into tonight's feature and into tonight's redraw. Going to be entertained to see how everything unfolds. A lot of heavy hitters and big names in tonight's field at the Airport Speedway, and we're glad to be able to bring it to you for the 2nd straight year here on the National Racing Network. I'm Casey Kreider, glad to take you through all the coverage here this evening. And with single car time trials just wrapping up, it was PJ Williams at the top of the time chart. And now the lineups will be set for this evening's heat races, where we'll transfer the top 3 finishers, by the looks of it, to our A main tonight. The top 2 drivers will go to the revenge redraw on the front stretch that will take place and will set the top starting positions of tonight's feature. So it's all to race for here this evening. Time trials just wrapping up, and we're just a few moments away from heat racing getting started here at the Airport Speedway in New Castle, Delaware. Have so many special awards and sponsors that have stepped up to sponsor awards here for this event, the Airport Speedway. First of all, the purse tonight comes to over $8,000. The winner will get $3,000 to win this 100-lap battle at the Bullring this evening. Several special awards here tonight. The Hard Charger Award of tonight's feature be a $150 payout, courtesy of JC Fabrications, Andrew Young, and Mercado Bellinger Racing. The first non-qualifier tonight will receive $100, courtesy of Performance Sheet Metal. The highest placing female in tonight's event will receive $100 from TNT Racing. The first flip in tonight's A main will receive $100 from the Bichelles. The youngest driver to make the 24-car A main this evening will get $100 from Cassidy's Creations. The Alfinari Memorial Fast Time Award will be $150, courtesy of AMF Racing. I believe that's going to go to PJ Williams after his time trial lap. The Hard Luck Award is going to be $100 from Rap Scrap Lawn Service. The Furthest Tow is going to be $100 from Out of the Blue Racing. The highest finishing RTS chassis in tonight's event will get $25 from RTS Chassis. The leader at the halfway break and fuel stop will receive $50 from Performance Well Services. The 12th place driver at the break and fuel stop will receive $75 from Delmarva Foundation Coatings, and that prize is doubled if the recipient wins the feature tonight. The best appearing car will receive $50 from Glenn Motorsports. The driver that leads the most laps in tonight's feature, they'll get $50 from Jen Travellini Realtor. The oldest driver to make the redraw will get $50 from Mercado Bellinger Racing. And finally, the last car on the lead lap of tonight's A main, they'll receive $50 from Race Ready Performance. So last night at the Airport Speedway was the preliminary night, so to speak, the Friday night showdown presented by AC Racing Products. And basically we had group time trials all throughout last night, and the fastest car, we had 16 sessions in total. The drivers were split into 4 groups, and then they each had 4 opportunities, and the fastest timer each time would lock into the A main, 16 cars. The 25-lap distance, and Tyler Tank set the fastest overall time last night in that time trial session, putting him on the pole for the AC Racing Products Showdown, and he held off Robert Pierce on a couple of restarts to take home the win and take home the only locked-in spot from last night to get into tonight's main event. So Tyler Tank, as we mentioned, he has been on a just gigantic roll at the Airport Speedway. 5 of the last 6 races now, including that showdown last night, have been won by Tyler Tank. He's won the last 4 consecutively, but he would love to get the big one here tonight. The 3 prior iterations of this race, it began in 2018 and was won by Tyler Lindsay. He's in the field tonight, trying to become the first 2-time winner of this race. So too is Bobby Butler, the defending champion of this race. They're both here trying to get the job done. Kyle Spence took home the win in 2019 of the battle at the Bullring. So will we add a 4th name to that list, or can Tyler Lindsay or Bobby Butler put their name on the winner's list of the 100-lap battle at the Bullring for the 2nd time? That's what we're about to find out, and what we'll find out throughout the course of the evening. But we've got a lot of racing before we get to that 100-lap feature. Your top 5 through time trials, P.J. Williams was quickest, an 10.947. He had the field gap by about 0.2 of a second in that time trial session. Connor Gross back behind the wheel. He's here tonight racing in the 100 lapper, and he was second fastest, an 11.13 second lap time for Connor Gross. Bobby Butler, your defending champion, clocked in third quickest, with Hunter Metzger clocking in fourth, and LeVar Scott completing your top 5 of the 42 cars that took time, or at least were slated to take time in that time trial session. Everybody but Tyler Tank. Tank basically has it easy tonight. Doesn't really have to do much of anything until the A main because of his work last night winning the AC Racing Products Showdown. So he knows that no matter what happens, he will start in the top few rows tonight and certainly have a good opportunity to keep this hot streak that he's been on rolling. He's probably been one of the hottest drivers in Delaware just by default with what he's done the past few weeks here at the Airport Speedway, but he's got a lot of track regulars and outsiders gunning for him tonight. So once we get the heat race lineups for tonight, we will present them to you. And then obviously, once they get on to the Speedway, we're going to be ready to rock. Top 2 finishers from the heat will go to the redraw. Top 3 all lock in to tonight's A main. We'll have heat races that'll lock in most of the top starting positions, and then 2 twin B mains and basically a last chance qualifier, non-qualifiers race where only the winner will transfer to tonight's main event to fill out our 24-car field for the evening. So I'm up here in the booth tonight, but my pit reporter this evening is a guy that's very familiar with the National Racing Network. He's doing some pit reporting tonight. Chris Graham, what do you have for me down there?
Well, good evening, Casey. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out with us here. I'm down trackside by entrance to turn number 1. The racing surface looks really, really good right now. The track is a little bit rough. The drivers have definitely been having some issues handling-wise. This track is significantly wider from when we were here 1 year ago. All the way out to the Armco barriers, both at the turn 1 and 2 and at the turns 3 and 4 end of the racetrack, will be usable by the drivers this evening. It's going to be a big-time challenge down here, and we'll cover all of it from the infield here. Casey, we'll send it on back to top side. Up to you.
It's going to be very entertaining to watch and see how this track changes. It's already changed a lot, even just since we got started with warm-ups about an hour and a half ago. And you expect once the sun goes down, the sun is going down now, and once it gets completely dark and cold and chilly, moisture is probably going to start to come up a little bit in this racetrack and maybe add a little bit of the grip that we haven't seen through time trials. There were quite a few cars, especially in warm-ups and even in time trials, that had some solo spins. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. And obviously, once we get cars out there racing in the heats. It's just going to be more and more treacherous. But, hey, that's what the drivers like. That's what separates the cream of the crop from the cream of the crop. It's going to be fun to see how it all unfolds this evening at the Airport Speedway. Just look down the list and see some of the notable drivers that are here tonight to compete for this Airport Speedway. Drivers that have been here every year. Some drivers that are here for the first time, at least first time in the battle at the Bullring. But you look down the list and you look at, obviously, two prior winners of this race, Tyler Lindsay in the 46 and the 5B of Bobby Butler. No doubt that they'll both be contenders here this evening. Bobby's brother, Mike Butler, in the 4, also pretty sporty last year. Got to keep an eye on him as well. No doubt about that. Dominic Foster had a really good run in last night's AC Racing Products Showdown, coming home 3rd behind Tyler Tank and Bobby Butler, who came home in the 2nd spot. So keep an eye on the Bel Air, Maryland native tonight, as he's had some good runs at Airport Speedway this season. Of course, Jimmy Glenn, a former track champion here at Airport, recently in 2019. The 2021 and 2018 track champion here, Wayne Scott, in the 10. He was last year's 3rd place finisher in the battle at the Bullring, and no doubt that he'll be strong this evening, and so too will LeVar Scott in the field. They had some issues with that car last night, but seems that they've gotten them at least worked out for the most part right now. He was sporty in time trials, 5th quickest of the 40-plus cars that took time, so no doubt he'll be one to watch this evening as well. We mentioned Tyler Tank, of course, who's just been so dominant here in recent weeks. Multi-time track champion Angelo Mercado behind the wheel of the 3M. That car's had wins with him this year. It's had wins with Cameron Bellinger behind the wheel. That thing is strong anytime it comes to the Airport Speedway. The 14 of Connor Gross, we mentioned him. It's been a little while since he's been in the car. He had to sit out some big races, the Skyscraper at Bridgeport, where he was the champion earlier this year, and the Linda Speedway National Open, because he was dealing with complications from mono, but he's healed up from that now, and he's back behind the wheel of the CPG Graphics Racing Rehab number 14, and pretty sporty this evening. 2nd fastest behind PJ Williams, who's always strong here has a couple of victories here this season. He has 2 wins, so too does Robert Pierce, who was strong in last night's showdown as well. It was he and Tyler Tank who battled on the restarts, and it came down to that last restart with about 10 or so laps to go in the feature when they were side by side coming through turns 1 and 2, and Tyler Tank slid up, gave Robert Pierce just a little bit of a hip check off the corner, allowed Pierce to bobble. He lost a few spots, wound up finishing the showdown in 5th. Probably not indicative, though, of how strong that car was. We'll have to keep an eye on him this evening for sure. Tyler Tank was your winner of the showdown last night. Bobby Butler was 2nd. Dominic Foster was 3rd. Corey Anderson came home in 4th. Robert Pierce was 5th. Then Tyler Lindsay 6th. John Keller 7th. Patrick Chilmonic 8th. Pat Beeler 9th. Brendan Hires 10th. Hunter Metzger, P.J. Williams, Jimmy Glenn all failed to finish, while Angelo Mercado, Dustin Tyler, John Barnett, and Devin Dvorak all did not start the showdown. But Tank was clearly the driver to beat last night. Fastest of anybody in those group time trial sessions. Started on pole and led all 25 laps of the showdown to win it. So we'll have just a few more moments here before we get cars onto the speedway for heat race number 1. That'll begin to set the field, or at least set the cars that will advance to tonight's feature. Would like to thank everybody, though, who is tuning in at home on the National Racing Network YouTube channel. Just a few weeks ago, we were at Linda's Speedway covering the National Open there. Had a lot of fun, had a lot of success doing that broadcast, and glad to be back here once again in Newcastle, Delaware for this annual kind of one-of-a-kind 100-lap battle at the Bullring. And the word we have received is that, as it was a year ago, it will be 100 green flag laps. In past iterations of this race, they had counted caution laps up to a certain point. That was not the case last year, and it doesn't sound like that's going to be the case this year. We will run 100 green flag laps tonight, if all stays as we believe it will this evening. That's going to make it a race of endurance for sure, and we will have, of course, that halfway fuel break on or around halfway. So the top 3 time trialers from the time trial session all lock into tonight's battle at the Bullring. So PJ Williams with his quick time of 10.947, he is locked in tonight. So too is second fastest Connor Gross and third fastest Bobby Butler. They will join Tyler Tank as being locked into tonight's feature. Everybody, though, from 4th on back still has work to do to get into tonight's A main. And those top 3 drivers, I believe, will all head to the redraw as well, the revenge draw that they do on the front stretch here. They'll join Tyler Tank in that. And then I believe we'll have 4 heat races, so the top 2 finishers will join that redraw, and we'll have 12 cars in total as part of the revenge draw for tonight's feature. That'll set the top 12 starting positions. So we mentioned the $150 Alfinari Memorial Fast Time Award, courtesy of AMF Racing, that PJ Williams received for being the quick overall timer. The Furthest Tow Award goes to both Jake and Josh Winters, $100 from Out of the Blue Racing. And we'll have plenty of other awards given out throughout the course of the evening, as we read off at the top of our broadcast. All right, ready to go for heat race number 1 for the battle at the Bullring. It's going to be 12 laps in distance, and your lineup looks like this. So the top 3 already locked in to the feature, and that means that 4th quickest driver, Hunter Metzger, is going to start from the pole position. Angelo Mercado on his outside. Then it's Wayne Scott and Patrick Chilmonic starting together in row number 2. Brendan Hires and Ava Bellinger will roll off together in row 3. Stone Keller and the 51 of Amanda Adamus will roll off together in row number 4. Actually move Keller to the inside of row 3. He'll have Bellinger on his outside. Then Hires Anonymous in row 2. And then the 56 of Eric Atherholt starting inside the 1 of Jake Winters. Bobby Butler's going to come out, run a few laps, but he's already locked into tonight's feature and locked into the revenge draw. Okay, top 4 from each of our 4 heat races will head to the feature. Top 2 to the redraw. Here we go. Hunter Metzger, Angelo Mercado starting on the front row. Gonna come out of turn number 4. See the green flag. We're racing with heat 1 for the 13-13 Enterprises Battle of the Bullring. Side by side, here comes Mercado on the inside. He gets past. He's gotten through Metzger, and caution. Caution on the Speedway. Jump start by the looks of it on Wayne Scott. So we'll try it one more time here. Scott starting from the inside of row number 2. The now 2-time 600 track champion here at Airport. He had 4 wins this season en route to the title. And here we go again. Oh, much better start for Metzger that time. Mercado could not get off the line at all, and Scott's going to slide into that second spot, and we're bringing it back again. Caution. That is going to be called on Hunter Metzger, and he is going to the rear. So the pole sitter, who was so strong, looks like they called that on him, and he's going to go to the back. Not sure, they may have called that first one on him as well, and I think that's maybe why they're sending him to the tail. So it's Mercado and Scott now on the front row. Chilmonic and Keller in row 2. Bellinger and Hires in row 3. Then Onimus and Atherholt on row 4, with Winters and Metzger now with work to do coming from the back. 12 laps of distance, top 4 qualify. Start zone all the way down in turn number 4. So Mercado and Scott lead us down. Much better start that time, and we're green back to 1 and 2. Mercado on the inside, Scott on the outside. 1 car out of the back. It's Eric Atherholt. Caution. So tough break for Atherholt. He'll join at the tail once again. We talked about how this is a treacherous racetrack, dry, slick. It's difficult for these drivers to handle. But as we said, that's what separates the cream of the crop. It can reach out and bite you at any time, and it just did for Eric Atherholt. He'll try to rebound, starting from the outside of the back row now. Still double file and still trying to get lap number 1 in the books. Start's going to get waved off here. I think they're still trying to get the lineup into the correct order. think they had to get Winters to the outside of row 4 and drop Metzger back to the inside. Now, 1 to go signal has been given. Try it again. 2 former 600 champions on the front row. Mercado and Scott. Green flag back in the air. Good start from Wayne Scott. Ooh, contact, turn 1. They all keep it straight, though. Scott, Mercado both get a good exit. They'll be side by side to turn 3. Mercado on the inside, slides up. 1 car around, it's Bellinger, turn 3. So Ava Bellinger at the back now goes around, and caution is out. We did get the first lap completed and onto the board. But Bellinger goes for a spin there. Makes a little contact with that infield tire. Bellinger, longtime competitor, former champion here in the 250cc Sportsman division. Knows how to get around this place, but it's tough in a 600 with all this power and not a lot of grip. Got to be able to lay that power down and lay it down quickly. Keep your car under control. It's difficult. It's a hard art to master. Ava Bellinger going to attack back onto the tail, see if she can work her way back into a transfer spot. Top 4 advance. For those of you watching at home on the National Racing Network YouTube, feel free to send us comments. We'll put them up on the screen. Feel free to send us super chats as well if you're so inclined. 1 lap in the books. Still Angelo Mercado, your leader. Now single file is the restart. It'll be he, Wayne Scott, then Stone Keller, and Patrick Chilmonic, your top 4 there in the transfer spots. Brendan Hires first on the outside looking in with Amanda Onimus directly behind him. Green flag back in the air. Here comes Hires on the inside of Chilmonic. That's for the transfer spot into turn number 3. Chilmonic on the high side. Hires on the inside. Hires going to get past. He's through to the 4th spot now. Going to try to work that bottom side, see if he can go to work on Stone Keller, who runs in 3rd. Mercado and Scott are gone, but keep an eye on this battle for the transfer spot coming out of turn number 4. Patrick Chilmonic had a really strong showing last night in the showdown, but he's fading through the field now. Here comes Hunter Metzger to the inside. Chilmonic going to gut it off in there. They'll be side by side coming off the corner, but Metzger now up to the 5th spot. He's trying to find the transfer spot. Oh, caution. Yellow flag is out. I think it's for that second set of tires there in turn 1 that got pushed out a little too far. Sounds like Angelo Mercado might have made some contact with those tires, and now he's going to pull to the infield. Well, actually, that's like he's going to... So he has to go to the tail because he's the one that hit those tires. So that's why Angelo Mercado shortcutting the track to tack on at the tail, but that's a tough break for Mercado, the multi-time track champion here. That is huge. You knock out those tires, and that's the cause for the yellow. So he goes to the back now. Wayne Scott will inherit the lead. Stone Keller is 2nd. Brendan Hires is 3rd. And now Hunter Metzger, after having to go to the back early on, he has run that DMM performance number M85 to the 4th spot. Chilmonic is the first car on the outside looking in. Four laps are completed. Here we go. Back to the green flag. Wayne Scott leads him into turn number 1. Stone Keller running in 2nd. Brendan Hires 3rd. Hunter Metzger 4th. Chilmonic about a car length back off him. Here comes Onimus to the inside. They fall back just a little bit. Front 4 in a freight train at the front of the pack. Chilmonic off the high side, trying to get a good drive. Here comes Ava Bellinger to the inside of Amanda Onimus, and caution. 1 car stopped in turns 1 and 2. That is Eric Atherholt in the 56. So that's the second incident of this heat race for Eric Atherholt in the 56. going to put that car on the hook. So not sure if he made contact with something down there or what happened, but either way, looks like Atherhold is going to be out, and he'll have to head to one of tonight's Twin B mains. So 4 cars already locked in tonight. We'll lock in 16 more through these heat races. 4 from each. It's Scott, Keller, Hires, Metzger all in. Chilmonic, Animas, Bellinger, Mercado, and Winters all out for the time being. With 5 down, 7 to go. The 2-time track champ is going to lead us back to the green flag. Wayne Scott hops on it. Green flag in the air. Whoa, Mercado, big move on the restart. He got the tire on the inside of Amanda Animas. He gets up to the 6th spot. Here comes Chilmonic to the inside of Hunter Metzger. That is for position number 4. He's staying right in his tire tracks as they run out of turn number 4. Brendan Hires having a look to the inside of Stone Keller. Now they come to turn number 3. Keller going to hang on for the time being. Metzger still putting the pressure on Hires, who clobbers the tire, and around he'll go in turn 1. Brendan Hires was given it all he had on the inside of Stone Keller, and there was contact as he hit the tire, just trying to find that racing room under him. Can be so inviting to try and go down just a little bit lower. But the tires can bite you, and they just did for Brendan Hires, and they've knocked him now out of a transfer spot. Coming back to 5 to go, and Angelo Mercado has now worked his way back into the picture. He runs 5th. First car on the outside looking in. Chilmonic is the transfer car. 5 to go in the heat race. Oh, good restart for Mercado. He'll try the inside of Chilmonic. That's into turn number 1. Mercado gonna get past for 4th. Power move, but caution. So a great move by Mercado, and I think he'll have to do it again. Not sure if that restart was entirely clean. They'll try it one more time here. 5 laps still to run in an eventful first heat race. Wayne Scott, your leader. Stone Keller in 2nd. Metzger and Chilmonic, the last cars on the inside looking in. But the first car on the outside is Angelo Mercado, and he has been slicing his way from the back to the front. So let's give it one more go. 5 laps to go. Wayne Scott leads us down. Green flag. Another good start from Mercado. He'll try the inside. Chilmonic once again. Side by side at turn number 1. And Mercado's going to get past. Caution spinner turn 2. It's Josh Winters. And Mercado's going to have to do it again. So Angelo Mercado right now has got to be just thinking, man, can we just stay green? Can we just get a lap in? He's trying. He's gotten past Chilmonic 2 different times. Neither time has stood, though. Single file restart. One more time. 5 to go. Scott, Keller, Metzger, Chilmonic in. Oh, a little bit of a jacked up start that time as they were all backed up coming out turn number 4. That kept Mercado from having an opportunity to get past Chilmonic on the restart. He'll go to work to him in turn number 3. Here comes Mercado on the inside. Power move on the bottom as he'll slide in front of Chilmonic. Here comes Chilmonic back to the inside. They made contact, but Mercado's going to clear him. He's got the 4th spot. Huge move from Angelo Mercado. He's gotten that position. He'll try to run down the front 3 now. Wayne Scott running in the lead. Stone Keller in second, being pressured by Hunter Metzger. And then Angelo Mercado running in 4th with 3 car lengths on Chilmonic back to turn 1. Whoa, Mercado slid it in there, and around goes Metzger. Caution. Oh, boy. That was an aggressive move that did not pay out. Oh boy, Metzger might be trying to show his displeasure a little bit. Brendan Hires was kind of in the way there. That's a shame for both those two. They were in transfer positions after having to rally from the back. And it looks like both drivers will be sent to the tail. So both Metzger and Mercado now at the back, and they are running out of time with 2 laps to go. Try and make something happen here to get back in a transfer spot. This has opened up nicely once again for Brendan Hires, who's back in the transfer spot. So too is Chilmonic. He's now got a little bit of a cushion. He runs 3rd. Meanwhile, for Wayne Scott and Stone Keller, this has to feel like the longest heat race ever. They've been in 1st and 2nd for about the past 10 minutes. And they're just saying, man, can we just get to the end of this thing and transfer not just to the feature, but those 2 would transfer to the revenge draw. Top 2 finishers go to the revenge draw for the top 12 starting spots in tonight's 100 lapper. Green, white, checkered. It's Scott, then Keller, Chilmonic, and Hires. They're in. Amanda Onimus and Ava Bellinger, the first 2 on the outside looking in, with Winters, Metzger, and Mercado. You know those last 2 are going to be coming strong here over these final 2 laps, but they're going to need some chaos to ensue in front of them, I think, to have any opportunity coming back to the green flag. Wayne Scott gets away nicely back to turn number 1. Oh, big restart from Winters. He made contact with Bellinger, and here comes Metzger to the inside. He's through to 6th. He's got a chance at this thing, coming back to the white flag. Final lap. Hires gets past Chilmonic. It's going to be Chilmonic, Onimus, Metzger, all going for the last transfer spot. Here comes Metzger to the inside. That's for 5th. He's not going to get to Chilmonic. Oh, he might. They'll be side by side on the corner, but Chilmonic hangs on as Wayne Scott wins the heat, and that got dramatic at the end. So Wayne Scott wins the heat race. Hunter Metzger nearly charged his way through. And now they're going to have a little bit of conversation with the race cars after that heat race. Ava Bellinger might also have a little conversation there. But the 4 that qualify to tonight's feature, Wayne Scott, Stone Keller, Brendan Hires, and Patrick Chilmonic. So Metzger, Onimus, Mercado, Bellinger, Winters, and Atherholt all going to be to one of tonight's Twin B mains, but those top 4 all qualify with Scott and Keller heading to the redraw with a chance to start on the pole. Okay, so heat number 2 going to look like this. Same format as before, 12 laps, top 4 qualify, top 2 to the revenge draw. It's LeVar Scott in the 34, and then ID1, that's Tyler Esch starting from the front row. John Barnett in the 15B, and Jacob Severn in the 54 start in row 2. John Vreeland in the 34V and the 38 of Angelo Caruppa start in row number 3, with Kyle Melvin and Dustin Tyler starting in row 4. Luke Fogg and Jimmy Glenn slated to start in row number 5, but neither driver out there. So we've got 8 cars for 12 laps and 4 spots in the feature. LeVar Scott working down, trying to join Wayne as a heat race winner. They're side by side coming off the corner. And Scott, little contact and caution. And now they all want him up in turn 1. And you could see that coming a mile away as Esch and Severn, I think, got together and never really got off each other and caused a whole stack up there in turn 1 as the start had already been waved off. Tyler was collected in that. Melvin is the 42 you see over there. He's driving away. John Vreeland is one of the cars that was involved in that. The other is John Barnett in the 15B. Those are the 2 cars stopped over there in turn 2. And that was an eventful start to heat number 2. So a wild start to this thing. LeVar Scott out in front. Of course, you probably know his story, a NASCAR Drive for Diversity driver with Rev Racing. He's won a race in Mexico this year in a stock truck series, and he also won a late model race at Hickory this year, did LeVar Scott. But this is where he's cut his teeth. Scott, you remember last year in this race, he came late, had to tag the tail of a B main, drove all the way up into a transfer spot, was DQ'd for being too light at the scale, so he had to come all the way from the back of the last chance qualifier and fell, I think, just 1 or 2 spots short of winning that race and getting to the A main after all that. So we know he's got the speed in that car, and after the kinks they had last night, the issues on that car, they didn't qualify to the AC Showdown last night. But he's in good position right now if he can hang on to win this heat race, but that's far from a given with what we've seen so far this evening. Going to be a complete restart. Everybody will get their spots back because the caution was already out before that incident in turn 1. So here we go. Green flag is in the air. Better start from Esch that time. In fact, he may clear Scott back to turn number 1. They'll be side by side. Oh, contact. Scott goes around, sliding to the infield. Caution, and that nearly got a lot worse than it was. So Jared Esch side by side with LeVar Scott, and they're going to send Esch to the back by the looks of it. So Esch is going to be sent to the back for that contact with LeVar Scott. That's going to move John Barnett to the lead with Jacob Severn in second. So those 2 on the front row, we were just saying how this could be easy for LeVar Scott and Tyler Esch out in front, and now they've got some work to do after they had a coming together on the backstretch, and LeVar Scott was pretty lucky that he didn't go up and over for a big ride on the back straightaway. Still working to get lap number 1 on the board, but it's a new front row. John Barnett and Jacob Severn are on the front row. John Vreeland, Angelo Caruppa in row 2. Here we go, out of turn number 4. Green flag is in the air. They light him up off the corner. And Barnett going to try to clear Severn in the corner. He will. Might have clipped the tires there. Everybody keeps it straight. Karupis running the third, but now here comes Freeland on the inside, side by side as he slid it in there, and caution is out because we've got a car stopped in turn 2. That's Dustin Tyler. There was a lot going on, though, at the other end of the racetrack, but it's not going to wind up mattering. I think Dustin Tyler saw him make some contact with the infield tire down there as well. That might have contributed to whatever happened there, and now he'll be at the back. Tyler from Wilmington, Delaware, behind the wheel of the Performance Sheet Metal Sean's powder coating. Number 20 going to be at the tail for the restart, trying to work his way in. Once again, Luke Fogg and Jimmy Glenn did not start this heat race, so we only had 8 cars to begin with. Luke Fogg had a spin in qualifying. Not sure what the issue is for Jimmy Glenn, but neither driver able to come out for the heat. We'll see if they get back out for tonight's B main, or one of the 2 B mains that they can transfer through. All right, side by side, back to the restart. Let's give it one more go here with John Barnett and Jacob Severn on the front row. Here we go. Coming to the green flag. Oh, good start from Severn that time. Back to turn 1. They're going to be wheel to wheel. Barnett's going to slide it off in there, but here comes Severn trying to cross him back under. Ooh, Esch clobbered the tires, but he keeps it straight. Side by side for the lead in turn number 3. Severn's going to get past, and he might bring John Vreeland with him. Kyle Melvin running in the 4th spot. Oh, Barnett goes for a big spin. That car spun like a top in turn 2. Caution. He made contact, I think, with Freeland there in 1 and 2, and it just spun that car like a top all the way around. Good heads-up driving by Kyle Melvin to stay off him. But a tough break for the driver who had inherited the lead of this race, John Barnett. That was a good restart for John Vreeland. Keep an eye on him here. He now runs in the 2nd spot behind Jacob Severn, who's out in front. It's Severn, Vreeland, Melvin, Karupis, LeVar Scott, first car on the outside looking in. Keep an eye on him on the restart. Big restart from Melvin to the inside of Freeland. Freeland's going to get past. Here comes LeVar Scott to the inside of Karupis. Caution. That one's coming back, and I think might have been because of Kyle Melvin. He ducked to the inside there pretty early on John Vreeland, and we'll bring it back. Yeah, Kyle Melvin was pretty much right alongside of John Vreeland there coming out of turn 4, trying to time the start. And that's not going to slide. So he'll take his spot, I believe, back in the 3rd position. John Burnett's car has pulled to the infield. I saw him slowing over there in turn number 2. So Barnett's into the infield. Looks like he is done, at least for the heat race, and he'll have to try and get it back out for the B. Here we go. Jacob Severin leads us back to the green flag. We are racing back to turns 1 and 2. Good start for him. Here comes LeVar Scott on the inside of Angelo Karupis. Side by side for 4. Scott's going to take over that position and might try to bring Tyler Esch with him. Coming out of turn number 4. Front 3 have all gotten away, but keep an eye on the battle for the transfer spot. Coming out of turn number 2. Now side by side for 2nd. Kyle Melvin to the inside of John Vreeland. Wheel to wheel off the corner. Melvin's going to slide in front. Here comes Vreeland back on the inside. Kyle Melvin in position number 2, trying to see if he can run down Jake Severin now out in the lead. But here comes LeVar Scott. He's joined the party for 2nd. Karupis not going away either. He's about 3 car lengths off Scott. Back to turn number 1. LeVar Scott on the inside, tried having a peek to the inside of John Vreeland. Nothing doing down there. He'll go up top now. Did not get off that corner well. That's going to allow Karupis to close in with 5 down and 7 to go. Back to turn number 3, LeVar Scott. Ooh, almost sent it in there. There was nearly contact between his right front and the left rear of John Vreeland. Side by side coming out of turn number 2. 1 car around, it's Dustin Tyler. By the way, for those of you watching at home on the National Racing Network, we do not yet have timing and scoring data available to us, but as soon as we do, we will get it up for you. In the meantime, we'll paint the picture for you the best that we can. It's Jacob Severin, Kyle Melvin, then John Vreeland and LeVar Scott there in the transfer spots. 3 cars on the outside looking in are Angelo Karupis, Tyler Esch, and the 20 of Dustin Tyler. Here comes Esch to the inside. He'll slide in front of Karupis and into the 5th spot, going to work on LeVar Scott. Scott able to get away now just a little bit. The front 4 all get away from Esch, who loops it in turn 1. Caution, and Tyler spun to avoid him. That was the 3rd strike for Dustin Tyler, so he now is going to be forced to pull out of this race. He'll be in the infield. We are left with 6 cars for 4 transfer spots. 5 laps still remain. It's Jacob Severin, your leader. Kyle Melvin in 2nd. John Vreeland in 3rd. And LeVar Scott in 4th with Angelo Karupis and Tyler Esch. The 2 on the outside looking in. Green flag. Oh, they got all stacked up on the start. Here comes Wade Scott to the inside. That was never going to work. Caution. And that all started when Jacob Severin did not go. And now he's going to pull to the infield. He just never quite came up to speed coming out of turn number 4 and got everybody all bottled up there. And LeVar Scott was the first to try and poke out and make something happen, but ran out of real estate. And now Scott's pulled to the infield. He's going to be out of the race. And it looks like we're going to be down to 4 cars. So if everybody stays running, we have our transfer cars. Kyle Melvin, John Vreeland, Angelo Karupis, and Tyler Esch. We know they'll all transfer. But now I guess the question is, who makes the revenge draw? Kyle Melvin and John Vreeland in the catbird seat right now to go to the revenge draw, but these 4 are all going to head to the A main. They can keep it running for 5 more laps. Green flag in the air. Esch looking to the inside of Karupis. Nearly got his nose chopped off. Coming back to turn number 3. Kyle Melvin out in front. Bout a car length over Vreeland. Vreeland's got another car length to Karupis and 3 more to Esch down the backstretch. Look at Esch send it in there on the high side, trying to make something happen to close in on Karupis. Not able to get there for the time being. Coming back to see the Twin Sticks. 2 laps to go for Kyle Melvin out in front. Angelo Karupis is not letting John Vreeland get away, and Vreeland's not letting Melvin get away. Coming back to turn number 3. Gonna see the white flag this time by Kyle Melvin trying to hang on and win this heat race. John Vreeland running in second, Angelo Karupis in third, Tyler Esch in fourth. They're all gonna qualify for the feature, but it's gonna be Melvin winning the heat. And the checkers, Karupis got Vreeland at the flag for the redraw spot. Vreeland got loose out of turn number 4, nearly looped it, and that allowed Karupis to just edge him at the line by 3/100ths of a second. So it's Melvin and Karupis to the redraw. They will head to the feature as well. Vreeland and Esch also going to head to tonight's A main, while Jacob Severin, LeVar Scott, Dustin Tyler, and John Barnett to the B. Okay, heat number 3 coming on to the Speedway now, and they'll be led out by the icon, Pat Beeler. He'll start from the pole position in car number 44. He'll have the inaugural Battle of the Bullring winner on his outside. Tyler Lindsay's had a pretty big year of racing. He's going to try and continue that over to this 4th Battle of the Bullring. He's looking for win number 2 in this race. He'll start from the outside of row number 1. Dominic Foster, 3rd place finisher last night. He'll start 3rd in this 3rd heat race with Mike Butler on the outside in the 4. Then it's Aiden Borden in the 7B. He'll start from the inside of row 3 with Dylan Contra in the 12 on the outside. Devin Dvorak in the 88 and the 05 of Donald Bushell. That's row number 4. And then John Jenkins in the 36 and the 88X of Jacob Fox is your lineup for heat number 3. All right, coming back to see the green flag this time to get heat number 3 underway. Pat Beeler going to start on the pole. Tyler Lindsay on his outside. Here we come to the green flag. We are racing with heat number 3. Good start from Pat Beeler. He'll get away back to turn 1 over Lindsay. Dominic Foster on the inside, and here comes Mike Butler on the high side. Boxed in. Aiden Borden trying to fill that hole. Now here comes Butler throwing it off in there into turn number 3. Had to jam on the binders to stay off Foster, but he's got that 4 spot down pat now to turn number 1. Pat Beeler out in front, did not make the feature last year. He's trying to win the heat race this year. Ooh, Mike Butler got really stacked up there in turn number 4. Forced Borden and Contra to jam on the brakes to stay off him. Now gets back away to turn number 3. Dominic Foster heating up the back tail tank of the Lindsay Lawn and Landscaping. Number 46, Tyler Lindsay behind the wheel of it. He's running second. Foster in third. Pat Beeler still with about 3 car lengths out in front, and Mike Butler's got about 4 on the transfer spot over Aiden Borden. Singled out around the bottom for the time being. Back to turns 1 and 2. Mike Butler, Aiden Borden. Borden trying to close into the back bumper. Almost got to the back bumper coming through turns 3 and 4. Mike Butler just able to pull away. Gets off the corner nicely as Borden tries to close in. Front 3 are clean and green. 7 down, 5 to go. Pat Beeler has opened up the gap now over Tyler Lindsay. Dominic Foster continue running third, but keep an eye on this battle for the transfer spot because Aiden Borden is not letting Mike Butler get away by too much with 3.5 to go. Oh, caution, 1 car around in turn 4. That's John Jenkins in the 36 that spun in turn 4 and now is looking for a way to safely get back onto the speedway. He does just that. Once again, we have 43 cars here this weekend for the battle at the Bullring. And the top 4 from each heat race qualify in to join Tyler Tank, last night's winner, and the top 3 fastest time trialers, PJ Williams, Connor Gross, and Bobby Butler, who are already locked into tonight's feature. One to go signal going to be given with 4 to go. Can Pat Beeler hang on? It's been uneventful for him at the front so far. I'm sure he'd like it to stay that way. 4 laps remaining for Pat Beeler. Out in front, Tyler Lindsay right on his back bumper, trying to look for a way to peek under. Keep an eye on Mike Butler and Aiden Borden, 4th and 5th. That's the transfer bottle coming out of turn number 4. All nose to tail. Back to turn 1, though. 3 to go. Beeler, Lindsay, Foster, Butler, all in for the time being. 1 car around turn 2. It's John Jenkins. So that's a second in a few laps for John Jenkins, and now he will try to regroup at the back. J&J Mobile Truck and Machinery Repair, number 36, going to tack back on to the tail. Got to get the 1 to go signal at the line this time by the JT Hoover Concrete, number 44 of the Icon. Pat Beeler out in front. Got a couple young guns right on his tail, though. Tyler Lindsay and Dominic Foster coming out of turn number 4 to the green flag. 3 laps to go. Good, clean start coming out of turn number 4. Oh, we got a caution. 1 car around. It's Jenkins again. And that's going to be the end of his heat race by the looks of it with the 3-strike rule. They'll try to get that thing handling a little better for the B main. And see if he can find a way to qualify in. But he'll have to do it the harder way now. As Pat Beeler continues to lead out in front. It's he, then Tyler Lindsay, Dominic Foster, Mike Butler. Your transfer cars, Aiden Borden, Dylan Contra, Devin Dvorak, and Donald Bushell are the cars on the outside looking in with 3 laps remaining in heat number 3 of 4. Back to the green flag out of turn number 4. Good start from Buehler. Good start from Lindsay. He stays right with him. Coming back to turn number 1. Gets a good drive off the corner. He'll chase him into turn number 3. But Pat Buehler continuing to hang on. Lindsay right next to that set of tires in the infield. Almost clipped it coming out of turn number 4. Trying to get the turn up off the corner. But he's going to stay in the second spot for the time being. Keep an eye on Aiden Borden running in 5th. He's got a chance if he really sends it into turns 3 and 4 on Mike Butler. Here they come to turn number 3. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get there. Checkered flag for Pat Buehler. He wins Heat 3 and advances. So too does Tyler Lindsay, Dominic Foster, and Mike Butler. They head to tonight's A main. Buehler and Lindsay will go to the redraw, while Aiden Borden, Devin Dvorak, Dylan Contra, Donald Bichelle, and John Jenkins all going to have to head to the B main, along with Jacob Fox, who was not out there for that heat race. If they can get him back out, he'll be at the tail as well. All right, so one heat race to go. Looks like this. It's Corey Anderson and Jordan Tittle starting on the front row. Robert Pierce and Adriana Delaponte roll off in row number 2. Zach Weisenfluh and Chris Turner line up together in row 3. Then it's Eddie Mort and Daniel Vasali starting in row 4, with Ron Ford in the 20X lining up at the tail. Looks like they'll get Ron Ford out. He will tack on at the rear. 4 more spots to be spoken for from this heat race, with the top 2 heading to the redraw. And then our lineups will be set for the B mains as well. Corey Anderson finished 4th in last night's AC Product Showdown and starts this heat race from pole position with Jordan Tittle in the ZT on his outside. Robert Pierce, a 2-time winner here this season, looked sporty last night as well. He starts from the inside of row 2, and then it's Adi Delaponte on his outside. That's your front 2 rows coming back to see the green flag this time by final 12-lap heat race of the night is green. Good start from Anderson. He gets away back to turn number 1. Side by side, Delaponte and Pierce for 3rd. They race out of turn 2. Delaponte gonna peek it off in there, and then trouble as Tittle got all slid sideways, and somehow they all keep it straight. Anderson and Pierce get away. Now Delaponte going back to work on the outside of Weisenfluh. That's for the transfer spot now. Coming back to turn number 3. Jordan Tittle running in 3rd, right in front of Weisenfluh. Delaponte not letting him get away, racing down the backstretch. Oh, trouble! 1 car around in turn 4. That's your leader, Corey Anderson, who's gone for a spin. Actually, no, that's not. Wait. No, that's not. That's the 20X of Ron Ford. Beg your pardon. Those 2 cars look very similar, and it was Ford's car that went around, not the 96 of Corey Anderson. Caution is out. So all is well still for Corey Anderson. So coming back to see the green flag with 2 in the books this time by Corey Anderson is your leader over Robert Pierce and Jordan Tittle. Oh, trouble! Tittle up in the wall in turn 4. I had just started to look down to turn number 1 right as that happened, and I honestly don't know how he got there, but he went up to the outside wall, and he's going to have to tack back on at the tail now. Lucky to not have more damage on that car than he does after nosing it in there pretty hard. So that's going to move A.D. Delaponte into the last transfer spot for the restart. She runs 4th, coming back to the green flag. Good restart. Coming back to see turns 3 and 4. The front 2 get away. Oh, caution, one car's upside down. That's the 9 of Chris Turner. Going for a ride. And Chris Turner is okay. Chris Turner is okay over there. He is all right. And that was a wild ride on the back straightaway. Not entirely sure how that got started, but that car dug in and flipped over, and that's the first car we've seen go up and over tonight. The first flip in tonight's A main is going to get $100 from the Bichelles. Unfortunately, doesn't look like Chris Turner is going to be eligible for that, at least not unless he can somehow get that car fixed back up and through the B main. He might be able to continue, though. Let's see. See how much damage is on that thing. It doesn't look too bad, but tough to tell from where we're sitting up here in the tower. Well, I think he's going to continue. Maybe not. Thought he was going to, but he's going to park it in the infield by the looks of it. So tough break for Chris Turner. One car does not get started there from the red flag. Now they do. That's Eddie Mort in the 41. Who pulls away, and now one car is stopped. That is the 20X of Ron Ford, who stopped on the backstretch. So as we mentioned, Robert Pierce, a 2-time winner here this year at the Airport Speedway. Trying to put the pressure on Corey Anderson in the 96. With Weisenfluh and Delaponte, the last 2 transfer cars for the time being. Eddie Mort, the first on the outside looking in. 2 complete, 10 to go. Green flag, good start. Anderson gets away nicely. Oh, Weisenfluh got backed up there. Coming out of turn number 2. Back to the front bumper at Delaponte. Now here comes Eddie Mort having a look on the inside. Back to turn number 1. Delaponte now going to run to the high side. See if she can get some momentum built up there. Eddie Mort still having a look on the inside. The 69 of Dango Vasali waiting in the wings as well. Here comes Delaponte trying to get around the outside of Weisenfluh. They'll be side by side at turn number 3. Adriana Delaponte on the high side. Zach Weisenfluh on the inside. Side by side. Delaponte trying to get that high line rolling for the 22A. Back to turn number 3. Side by side. The front 2 have checked out. You're not missing anything up there. This is the battle. Weisenfluh, Delaponte, Mort, and the ZT of Jordan Tittle back to the party. All racing for the last 2 transfer spots. 5 laps to go. Weisenfluh and Mort on the inside. Delaponte and Tittle on the outside. Back to turn number 3. Now Delaponte going to move back to the bottom. Going to have to try and hold off Eddie Mort as they race out of turn number 4. Weisenfluh gets away by about a car length and a half. Coming back to turn number 3. Gets a little bit of breathing room over Eddie Delaponte. Here comes Tittle to the inside. He gets past Mort, and now he'll go to work on Delaponte with 2.5 laps to go. Here they come to turn number 3. Jordan Tittle trying to back up the corner, get a run up off, maybe throw it in there on Delaponte. Delaponte hangs on for the time being. Coming down the backstretch into turn number 3. This is going to be a battle. Coming out of turn number 4. Tittle backs up the corner. Here he comes off the turn. Delaponte's going to hang on for now. And Jordan Tittle's got one more set of corners to make something happen to turn number 3. Going to back up the corner big time. Here comes Delaponte off the corner. She'll hold on to transfer. And while all that was going on, Corey Anderson takes home the win of heat race number 4. He and Robert Pierce will make the redraw. Zach Weisenfluh and Adriana Delaponte make the feature with Jordan Tittle, Eddie Mort, Daniel Vasali, Ron Ford, and Chris Turner all heading to one of the twin B mains.
Before we run our B mains, we're going to take a short 30-minute intermission so we can do some track prep.
Okay, so heat racing is in the books for the evening. The next on-track action is going to be our twin B mains for the night, but we're going to have about a 25 to 30-minute break before those get out onto the speedway, so we'll take a little break here on the National Racing Network. You're watching the 4th annual 1313 Enterprises Battle at the Bullring 100-lapper at the Airport Speedway. We'll be back with racing in just a little bit here on the National Racing Network. We'd like to welcome you back to the Airport Speedway. For those of you watching at home on the National Racing Network YouTube channel, we are just a few moments away. You see track prep ongoing right now, but that is in its finishing stages, and we're just a few moments away from beginning our twin 20-lap B mains, which will set 4 more spots in tonight's feature. We have 20 cars already locked in. Tyler Tank, the winner of last night's AC Racing Products Showdown, he was locked in before today started, and he is also into the revenge draw. The top 3 fastest timers in time trials earlier today, PJ Williams, Connor Gross, and the defending winner of this race, Bobby Butler, also locked in to the redraw. The other cars that locked in and are going to the redraw is your 2021 track champion here at Airport, a 2-time track champion, Wayne Scott, Stone Keller, those 2 locked in through Heat 1. Kyle Melvin and Angelo Karupis locked in from Heat 2. I can talk. Pat Beeler and Tyler Lindsay locked in from Heat number 3, and Corey Anderson and Robert Pierce locked into the redraw from Heat 4. The other cars that locked in through the heat races, the X of Brendan Hires, the 34V of John Vreeland, the $30 of Dominic Foster, the 24W of Zach Weisenflew, the 49 of Patrick Shilmonic, the 91 of Tyler Esch, the 4 of Mike Butler, and the 22A of Adriana Della Ponte. Those drivers are all already locked in to tonight's 100-lapper. We'll have twin B mains upcoming, where the top 2 finishers will lock in to tonight's feature. And then we will also have a last chance showdown, where we believe the winner of that race will lock in as well. So we are getting down to the end of the preliminaries here for this 4th annual Battle at the Bullring 100-lapper at Airport Speedway, this year sponsored by 1313 Enterprises. I want to thank 1313 Enterprises for sponsoring this event and this telecast on the National Racing Network. 1313 Enterprises offers experienced landscaping and vinyl decal, specialized in helping clients by providing the upkeep needed to their property, from grass cutting to power washing. No job is too small. Their ultimate goal is to ensure that you are completely satisfied with the end result of your project. Contact them and you won't be disappointed. Find them on Facebook at 1313 Enterprises, LLC. We also want to thank Betts Garage. Betts is a family-owned and operated since the early 70s. Betts Garage offers towing, hauling, auto glass, and collision repair 24/7, 365 days a year. Our fleet is large and diverse. We have trucks and equipment for almost any job. Our family of businesses works hard to serve your business and family. Call today to see how we can best serve your needs at 302-834-2284. We also want to thank Alliance Concrete Pumps of Linwood, Pennsylvania. They're stocked with a large inventory of parts for all makes of pumps. The parts and services team in Linwood is ready to take on any size job for any brand of pump. Our equipment is manufactured on a rolling assembly line, streamlining efficiencies that ensures a common build that delivers a consistent, high-quality product built to the right specifications every time. Contact Alliance Concrete Pumps at 610-584-7231 for more information. And we also want to thank Joseph Smith Enterprises, who have been providing quality service since 1996, specializing in dismantling and containerizing heavy equipment. When you are shipping cargo across the ocean, it is critical that it's correctly loaded, packed, blocked, and braced in compliance with all maritime standards. Containerized packing for overseas shipping have substantial savings when compared to shipping equipment as a whole with roll-on, roll-off shipping. In addition to our dismantling and containerizing services, we also offer a full range of services designed to get your equipment port, auction, and transport ready. Contact Joseph Smith Enterprises at 302-420-5049 today. Just a few moments away from getting the Twin B main started for this 4th annual 1313 Enterprises Battle of the Bullring at the Airport Speedway. All right, about to get down to it for not heats, B main number 1. We have 2 of them upcoming. They will be 15 laps in length. The top 2 will qualify, and they'll fill in spots 21 through 24 in tonight's feature. Everybody else will head to the non-qualifiers race, where only the winner of that race will make the feature. They will start 25th, so we'll have 25 cars in tonight's Battle at the Bullring. Here's your lineup for B main number 1. The M85, he was the 4th overall timer in time trials today, but had some issues in his heat, having to come through the B main. It's Hunter Metzger on pole, with Jordan Tittle on his outside in the ZT. The 88 of Devin Dvorak and the 3M of Angelo Mercado start together on row number 2. Then it's Daniel Vasali in the 69 and the 05 of Donald Bushell starting in row number 3. LeVar Scott in the 34, having to come from the B main again this year, with John Barnett in the 15B on his outside. Josh Winters in the 1 and the 9 of Chris Turner roll off from row 5. Luke Fogg in the 19 and the 88X of Jacob Fox. That's your 12-car lineup as it's slated to go off. See if all those cars are out there for this B main. So far, 9 cars on the speedway. And the top 2 qualify. So positions 21 and 23 in tonight's feature gonna come from this 15-lap B main. Don't see the 88X of Jacob Fox out here, nor the 9 of Chris Turner, who went for a flip in his heat race. And the other car I don't see is the 34 of LeVar Scott. Appears that he may be done, at least for this B main. I guess they can get him back out for the non-qualifiers race if whatever the issue is something they can get repaired in time for that, but he's not out here for the B main. A lot of track work went on during the intermission, so right now field is under a green-yellow condition just to get the track all worked in before we turn them loose for good for 15 laps of racing. You talk about some of the fast cars that are in this B main. Hunter Metzger and Angelo Mercado obviously had a couple run-ins in heat number 1 that kept them from advancing straight through to the A main. They could very well be battling once again in this B main, starting 1st and 4th. Jordan Tittle looks strong, but had some issues. So while they burn the racetrack in, we will get ready. We had 12 cars slated to go in this B main, 11 slated to go in the second. Obviously not everyone going to be able to start. LeVar Scott is out here in the 34. He's come onto the racetrack, so he will be out for this B main. Still no Jacob Fox or Chris Turner. We didn't see Fox out for his heat race, and we saw the flip that Turner went for, so I'm assuming these are the 10 we'll have. Once again, it's not over if you don't qualify through the B main. You'll have one more chance in the non-qualifiers race, but obviously you'd like to take the stress off now and qualify your way in. Oof. Angelo Mercado nearly went for a spin there in turn 4, trying to light it up. As we said, that car has multiple wins this season between Cameron Bellinger, who took it to victory lane 3 times, and Mercado, who won once late in the season. Luke Fogg working his way into turn 1. We mentioned he spun in qualifying in single car time trials. Didn't get to complete his run. He's driving a car that he just picked up from TJ Grieve a few weeks ago. That Pace chassis machine still has the 24 wrapping on it, but the red 19 over the tail tank identifies that it is Luke Fogg behind the wheel. See if he can find a way to transfer that car in. He'll have to come from the back of this B main to do so. Field goes back to yellow flag conditions, and they'll get the field now into the correct starting lineup for this B main. Hunter Metzger and Jordan Tittle on the front row. Field is lined up, lights are out, here we go. 15 laps is the distance, and on the front row, it's Hunter Metzger and Jordan Tittle. Green flag in the air, we're racing with the B main. Oh, good start from Tittle, he clears, and Mercado's gonna get past caution. One car spinning turn 1, that's Josh Winters, and the yellow flag is out. That was a good start from Angelo Mercado, but he's gonna have to do it again. As Josh Winters tags on to the tail. He and Jake got the long haul award.
All right, no laps were recorded, so we're back to the restart.
furthest tow award, I should say. That's the same thing. Coming back to the restart, Hunter Metzger and Jordan Tittle on the front row. So we'll give it one more go here for the start of this first B main. Here we go. Metzger clears again, almost contact into turn number 1 as Dvorak gets inside. A Tittle for the second spot, caution. Sounds like that start was not completely clean, so we'll try it again. Hunter Metzger and Jordan Tittle back on the front row. Tittle trying to stay there after he's lost that second spot on each of the first 2 starts. The first time was to Mercado, the second was to Dvorak. He'll try it again. Here we go, coming back, third time, we hope is the charm as they come out of turn 4 to get this first B main underway. We are racing. Oh, that was a much better start from Tittle that time. He'll try the outside of Metzger as they race out of turn number 2. One car's up on the wall, that's Luke Fogg. Mercado also slid up and lost a lot of track position coming through turns 3 and 4. Now he'll try to split the middle. That's John Burnett on the bottom. Oh, one car around, that's Bushell, who slid sideways, and then 2 cars in the back get together in the stack up. It's Winters and Fogg in turn number 1. Caution is out. Donald Bushell was running up near the front in the 3rd spot when he slid it sideways, and there was nothing that Winters or Fogg could really do about that one, as they just stacked up to avoid, and looks like Bushell will go to the back for that as well, since it was his spin that kind of caused that whole stack up. Working to get the rest of the running order into the correct position. Hunter Metzger is still your leader. Actually, sounds like Bushell might get his spot back. At least by the sound of it from the race officials. Looks like they're going to stop everybody on the backstretch to get them correctly lined up, or at least slow them down to a point where we can get everybody where they're supposed to be.
Got everybody in order? sticking out the back stretch. Caution light is out, we're going green. Hunter Metzger and Jordan Tindall are on the front row.
All right, field is in order. Here we go. Green flag in the air for B main number 1. That was the best start yet from Tittle. He's going to clear Metzger off turn number 2. Oh, triple back turn number 2. One car got up in the air. That was Barnett as he ramped over the left rear of Dan Vasali. Now he's trying to get past further back. Battle for the lead is on. Here comes Metzger to the inside of Tittle. 2 cars up in the wall, turn 1. Caution is going to be out. It's Fogg and Winters. And it's been a rough night at the office for them.
Looks like the one of Josh Winters might be a little fog. Tangle up in turn 1. There's caution on the speedway.
I'll tell you what, that was a really good start from Angelo Mercado. He worked his way up to the 3rd spot, right behind Hunter Metzger. Field is going to come to a stop here on the backstretch while they attend to those 2 cars over there, Luke Fogg in the 19 and the one of Josh Winters.
That tangle up in turn 1 are stuck together. So we've elected to stop the cars on the track down the
They got
back
stuck together up there in turn 1, so track crew is working to get them untangled from each other.
Hey, Missy, somebody up here said you throw like a girl. I think it was me.
Looks like Winters is climbing out of his car. And I can't see where Fogg is at. They're trying to get Winters' car unhooked from Fogg, and Winters is over there trying to help out the cause.
Serious stuff down there in turn 1. They're jumping up and down the cars. It looks like they finally got it.
Okay, Luke Fogg comes out the other end, and they are unstuck. And looks like Luke Fogg will be able to stay in this race. And now Winters is going to get back in his car. I don't know if they'll let him continue. Or maybe he's just getting back in to make it a little easier to tow him back. Back to yellow flag conditions we will go with 2 complete, 13 to go still in this first of 2B mains. Top 2 qualify. Josh Winters has been pushed to the infield. Rest of the lineup is going to get doubled up. Jordan Tittle is your leader. One to go signal going to be given this time by, keep an eye on that, Mercado Bellinger Racing, number 3M. Angelo Mercado, he's made his way up. He's to the inside of row number 2 behind your 2 leaders, Tittle and Metzger. And here we go. Coming through turn number 4 to the start line, we will go. Green flag. Here comes Metzger around the outside. Oh, there goes Mercado into turn 1 as he was trying to make something happen on the inside of Tittle. And that did not work at all. Dan Vasali over there as well. Both cars will continue, but there goes their track position. Going to be a single file restart now with 2 in the books since we did not get that last lap completed. So here we go. Once again, green flag back in the air. Now it's Donald Bushell. He's the first car on the outside looking in behind Hunter Metzger. John Barnett looking on the high side. Ooh, Bushell nearly got all crossed up there to turn number 3. Backed him up to Dvorak. Contact further back. Here comes LeVar Scott to the inside of John Barnett. That is for the 5th spot as they race side by side. That's well behind the 2nd position. Ooh, Barnett goes way up high as Scott and Mercado both get through, and caution is out. There is a bumper on the backstretch that used to belong to somebody. And it got jammed in there pretty good. I can't tell. Might be from Mercado? I can't quite tell. Dan Vasali's also pulled into the infield, so he is out of this B main. Looks like part of Mercado's back bumper might be missing, unless it wasn't there to begin with. But that's my only guess. Either way, he'll stay out there, and here we go. He'll run 6 on the restart, coming back to the green flag. We're racing back to turn number 1. It's been Tittle since the start. Mercado on the inside, bangs it off in there. He gets past Dvorak and Scott, and he'll go to work on Bushell for the 3rd spot. Side by side, the battle's on to the head of the pack between Tittle and Metzger. Side by side for the lead now. Bushell slides up. Oh, LeVar Scott somehow threaded that needle into turn number 3. He's going to get through to the 4th spot, and now trying to go to work on Mercado for 3rd, who's trying to get back to his buddy, Hunter Metzger, in 2nd. The race leader is still Jordan Tittle out in front. It's Metzger in 2nd, Mercado in 3rd. Mercado's shallow entry loses it coming up off. Gonna have to try and close in. LeVar Scott comfortably in the 4th spot, but not where he wants to be. Whoa, big slide through turn number 2 for Hunter Metzger as Mercado tries to close the gap on him as they come out of turn number 4. LeVar Scott not going away either. He's only a couple car lengths behind Angelo Mercado in the 3rd spot. Those front 2 tangle. He can make something happen. Tittle's gotten away by about 4 car lengths coming down the backstretch. Make it 5 into turn number 3. I don't know if Mercado's going to be able to get close enough to Metzger to do anything with him unless something happens, which it could. They're both running around the bottom. Scott running a little bit of a higher line, coming through 1 and 2. Migrates down to the bottom through 3 and 4. Mercado is closing in as he works his way to turn number 3. Just ran the fastest lap of this race, but he's running out of time. 2 laps to go in B main number 1. Jordan Tittle trying to qualify in with Hunter Metzger directly behind him, trying to hold off Angelo Mercado to make it to the battle at the Bullring. Final lap. I don't think Mercado's gonna be able to get there. Coming through turns 3 and 4, Jordan Tittle's gonna win the B main. He'll transfer to the feature along with Hunter Metzger. Mercado and Scott, along with Devin Dvorak, Donald Bichelle, Luke Fogg, John Barnett, Daniel Vasali, and Josh Winters will get one more shot. They'll be in the non-qualifier race, and that'll be their last opportunity to make it to tonight's 100-lap A main. So one more B main, and then the non-qualifiers race, and then our 100-lapper. That's what's left for the evening. Spots 22 and 24 going to be decided right here among these 11 cars. Aiden Borden in the 7B. He'll start from the pole position with Amanda Onimus in the 51 starting on his outside. Eddie Morton, the 41, and the 12 of Dylan Contra. They'll roll off together from row 2. Ava Bellinger in the 35 and the 54 of Jacob Severn start together in row 3. Dustin Tyler in the 20 and the 20X of Ron Ford line up together in row number 4. Then it's John Jenkins in the 36 and the 56 of Eric Atherholt starting together in row 5. Jimmy Glenn in the 7G slated to start at the back, but he was not out for his heat race, and I don't see him out here either. So if it's no Jimmy Glenn, then we'll have 10 cars for 15 laps. Top 2 qualify, and everybody else to the non-qualifiers, which will be the last chance to make the feature.
Jimmy Glenn to 17 with a scratch. Caution lights out, we're going green. Front row is 8 and 7.
All right, here we go. Coming to the green flag, this time by 15 laps. 2 cars to the A main, everybody else to the non-qualifier. Aiden Borden able to get away to the lead. Here comes Dylan Contra around the outside, and on the inside, that's Jacob Severn in the 54. Oh, one car slides in turn number 3. That's Bellinger. She is gonna keep it straight, and we're gonna not stay green. She'll come to a stop on the front stretch.
One lap at Aiden Borden, your leader on the outside ahead is the 51 of Amanda Onimus. Third place is now the 12 car of Dylan Contra. He's on the bubble. Only 2 cars qualified. Lights out, we're going green.
All right, Ava Bellinger tacks back on at the rear. We're back to green for B-Main number 2. Good start from Borden. He gets away. Onimus right on the inside. And here comes Jacob Severin around the high side. He'll cut to the bottom of Onimus, and they'll be side by side for second into turn number 3. Ooh, trouble, turn 3. One car was sliding. That's the 20X of Ron Young. Ron Ford, beg your pardon. He was the first car to go around. Eric Atherholt in the 56 was the car that got into him first, and then nowhere for Ava Bellinger to go. And then Ford spun off turn 4 as well. So that's going to be the second incident in as many laps for Ava Bellinger, and she'll tack back on at the rear, but that one was not of her doing, just nowhere to go. For those of you asking where Chris Graham is, I promise you he'll be part of tonight's telecast once we get to our 100-lap battle at the Bullring, so don't you fret. He's right up here next to me, providing entertainment as the field gets lined back up for B-Main number 2. Aiden Borden and Amanda Onimus back on the front row to get this B-Main back started. We've got 2 complete and 13 still to go. Aiden Borden's had some time running some USAC East Coast wingless sprint cars this year, bringing the micro back out tonight, and he'll hop on the gas pedal back to turn number 1. Good start from Severin. He'll fill that hole, not allow Anonymous to get back down. Back to turn number 3. Onimus now trying to hold off Dylan Contra as they race off turn 4 for that 3rd spot as the front 2 try to get away. Onimus, though, not letting Severin get away. She'll poke to the inside, but couldn't get the drive up off as Severin closed the door. Contra right on her back bumper with Dustin Tyler waiting in the wings. Spinner, it's Ron Ford, turn 2. Coming to 1 to go now. 3 laps are completed. It's Aiden Borden and Jacob Severin on the front row. Onimus Contra on row 2. Then it's Tyler and Morton row number 3. With Jenkins and Atherholt in row 4. Bellinger and Ford at the back. Green flag. Good start from Severin. He gets away. He's going to clear from the outside of the front row. No, he won't. Borden got off the bottom nicely there. And here comes Dylan Contra to fill the hole to turn number 3. 1, 2, 3. Great drive. And a great restart from Dylan Contra to put himself in the mix. Front 3 getaway just a little bit from 4th place Amanda Onimus. Eddie Mort running in position number 5, and Ron Ford is around in turn 2 again. This has been the no good, very bad race for Ron Ford, unfortunately.
disqualifiers race. Caution light is out. We're going
So Ron forward to the infield. He is done for the B main. It is now, well, it's still Jacob Severin on the outside of the front row. Here we go. Oh, Borden did not get off the line at all that time. Severin's going to clear him back to turn one. And here comes Animus on the outside, side by side for third with Dylan Contra into turn number 3. Severn gets away. Borden is in second. Amanda Animus running in third, pushes up high. Contra clips a tire, but he's able to clear for third, and he'll go to work on Aiden Borden for the last transfer spot. Severn is clean and green out in front, and now Borden able to get away a little bit as well. 2 cars around turn number 2, John Jenkins and Ava Bellinger.
35, Ava Bellinger. And the 36 of John Jenkins.
Well, that's 3 on Ava Bellinger, so she's done for the B main.
She'll have to go to the last chance qualifier.
John Jenkins will rejoin at the back. Back to doubled up, 7 down with still 8 laps remaining. And now Aiden Borden has lost control of the lead. He'll try the outside now. Not by choice, but we'll see if he can make it happen on the outside of Jacob Severn with Dylan Contra and Amanda Animus still there, waiting in the wings. Back to turn number 1. Borden trying to hang with him. Can Severn get the drive off? Yes, he will. He'll clear. Back to turn number 3. Aiden Borden running in second. Dylan Contra hot on his tail. That's to come out of turn 4. Oh, Borden trying to make something happen on the inside there. He nearly got tangled up. Contra banged the wall coming through turn number 3. Able to keep it straight. Now he'll go back to work on Aiden Borden. He's lucky that wasn't a disaster. Animus right behind. 1 car spinning. Jenkins, turn 1. So that nearly got interesting between Aiden Borden and Dylan Contra on the backstretch. It all started when Borden tried to get under Jacob Severn coming out of turn 2. That door shut on him, and then as Borden lost his momentum, he was trying to get back up, angle for the corner, and he nearly ran Dylan Contra out of racetrack right there at that opening midway down the backstretch.
Looks like the 36 of John Jenkins going on the hook, and he'll be out of this speed main. He'll have to try to get the car fixed in time to run the last chance qualifier.
So they'll stop the field on the backstretch while they get John Jenkins' car towed off of the speedway. Not quite sure what kept him from starting there in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Looks like it might have locked up on him either way. He'll be towed to the infield. Now Amanda Animus having a little trouble getting her car fired away from where they stopped everybody on the backstretch. She was running 4th. So they have pushed Amanda Onimus away from her being stopped on the backstretch, but she's going to lose her track position. She'll restart back in 7th. Well, maybe. Maybe not. Onimus will get her spot back from the outside of row 2, so she'll go back to work. Severn and Borden still your front row. 6 laps to go in this second of the Twin B mains. Whoa, and Severn never went. That was ugly. And Dustin Tyler goes for a spin in turn 1 to finish things off, but that was coming back anyway. Severn had an issue in his heat race where he didn't fire away and pulled to the infield with some sort of an issue. I don't know if that was what happened there. I think it was just he didn't go and everyone else did. But he's the leader and he sets the pace. And Dylan Contra nearly ramped up over him.
The caution was a jump on the 7B of Aiden Borden.
Going to be called as a jump on Aiden Borden. But he'll get another opportunity to make amends for that before they send him to the back. Dustin Tyler will tag the tail. Lights are out as Dustin Tyler will rejoin at the back. So,
Caution lays out. The 54 of Jacob Severns on the inside. He's your leader. Aiden Borden.
now can Jacob Severn get a better start this time? Yes, much cleaner back to turn 1. He'll clear Aiden Borden. Onimus not letting Contra clear her though. As Onimus gonna ride in on the high side, she'll take over that 3rd spot. Highline might be starting to come in a little bit. Severn on the high side. Borden a peek to the bottom. Big move from Contra. Off turn number 2. He's going to get through to that 3rd spot. Back past Amanda Onimus. Tell you, that battle is important because that's the difference between starting 2nd and 4th in the non-qualifiers race. So even if you don't transfer here, there's still something to race for from 3rd on back. But mainly, you'll want to be in those top 2. Where Jacob Severn and Aiden Borden are right now, coming to see 2 laps to go, and Contra's not out of this thing yet. Contra didn't quite get through turns 1 and 2 that time, though, and allowed Borden to open up the gap. Coming by to see the white flag, final lap of B main number 2. Jacob Severn working his way to turns 3 and 4. Aiden Borden directly behind. They'll both be into the battle of the Bullring. And Contra, Onimus, Mort, Tyler, Atherholt, Jenkins, Bellinger, and Ford going to be the other half of the cars in the non-qualifier race where only the winner will transfer and start in the 25th and final starting spot for the battle at the Bullring. So we will now have hot laps for the cars that are locked into the feature. The 20 cars that have qualified, they'll get opportunity to shake some things down. It's been a little while since they've been on the track. They'll get an opportunity to test out what they've got on a much different track than what they faced earlier this evening. Looks like it might just be these 4 cars at first that locked in. These were the 4 that locked in from time trials or from last night's showdown in the case of Tyler Tank, as he works the number 11 under the flag stand. Butler, Connor Gross, and PJ Williams also out there. They were the 3 quickest timers in time trials this evening. Don't know if anyone else will get hot laps here, if it'll just be these 4. Guess we'll find out as the checkered flag waves in this hot lap session. This will give some sort of on-track action while they're working on getting the lineup set for the non-qualifier race. That will serve as the last chance qualifier for tonight's battle at the Bullring. Want to go over our special awards this evening. There are many of them, in addition to the $3,000 that goes to the winner tonight and the over $8,000 purse that goes to the entire feature lineup. Also have many special awards up for grabs tonight. The hard charger going to get $150 from JC Fabrications, Andrew Young, and Mercado Bellinger Racing. The first non-qualifier will get $100 from Performance Sheet Metal. The highest placing female will get $100 from TNT Racing. The first flip in the A main will get $100 from the Bachels. The youngest driver in the A main will get $100 from Cassidy's Creations. The Alfunari Memorial Fast Time Award, courtesy of AMF Racing, will be $150. That went to PJ Williams earlier in the evening. The Hard Luck Award is $100 from Wrap Scrap Lawn Service. The Furthest Tow, $100 from Out of the Blue Racing. That went to the Winters team. The highest finishing RTS chassis in the feature will get $25 from RTS Chassis. The leader at the halfway fuel stop will get $50 from Performance Well Services. 12th place at the halfway fuel stop will get $75 from Delmarva Foundation Coatings. And that prize will double if that driver goes on to win the battle at the Bullring. The best appearing car will get $50 from Glenn Motorsports. Most laps led, $50 from Jen Travellini Realtor. The oldest driver to make the redraw, $50 from Mercado Bellinger Racing. And the last car on the lead lap, $50 from Race Ready Performance.
Come on up to the announcer's booth and let me confirm it. I'll give you your prize.
So the revenge draw is going to be taking place right now. When that concludes, we'll give you the updated results. So the revenge redraw has concluded. It's going to be the icon, Pat Beeler, starting from the pole position. Bobby Butler is going to be on his outside for row number 1. And then you're going to have Tyler Lindsay, the other former winner of this race, starting inside row 2 alongside the 2-time defending track champion Wayne Scott. That's going to be the first 2 rows. That is a pretty jam-packed first 2 rows for the revenge redraw. Going to be fun to watch those guys at the front of the field. And also going to be fun to watch the other fast cars work their way through. Tyler Tank, he's going to start 11th tonight in the feature. So he's going to have a lot of work to do if he wants to get another 600 win here at the Airport Speedway.
Nice job.
All right, the ball going to the stands. If you have the number of where the car started and he wins the feature, you're going to be invited on down to get your picture taken with the winning driver.
So our top 24 starting spots for tonight's battle at the Bullring are now set. The only spot that remains is number 25, and that's going to go to the winner of this non-qualifiers race. It's the last chance to get in to tonight's 100-lap 1313 Enterprises battle at the Bullring. It'll be 15 laps in distance. So in addition to being received with the pole, I could have worded that better, but either way, Pat Beeler is the oldest driver in the redraw. I think he's the oldest driver in the A main as well. He received $50 from Mercado Bellinger Racing for that award. He'll try to add that to maybe $3,000 tonight. Bobby Butler's going to win the best appearing car, $50 from Glenn Motorsports. That's a new car for Bobby Butler that he's debuting here this weekend in his defense of the battle at the Bullring. We've got cars in staging for the last chance qualifier. For tonight's battle at the Bullring, 19 cars are eligible to compete in it. We'll see how many actually wind up coming out, but it's Angelo Mercado starting on pole with Dylan Contra on his outside. LeVar Scott in the 34 and the 51 of Amanda Onimus will start in row 2. Devin DeVork in the 88 and the 41 of Eddie Mort will be in row 3. Donald Bichelle in the 05 and the 20 of Dustin Tyler start in row number 4, with Luke Fogg in the 19 and Eric Atherholt in row number 5. John Barnett and Ava Bellinger will start in row 6. Daniel Vasali, John Jenkins in row 7. Josh Winters, Ron Ford at row 8. Chris Turner, Jimmy Glenn, row 9. Jacob Fox starting 19th in row 10. But as we said, we'll see how many of those cars actually wind up coming out there. Once again, want to thank everybody for tuning in at home on the National Racing Network YouTube channel. Be sure to like, comment, leave super chats, memberships, and also share with your friends. We're getting closer toward our A main this evening. Just have this race, and then we'll have driver intros. And tonight's 1313 Enterprises battle at the Bullring, 100 green flag laps for tonight at Airport Speedway.
Starting second, the 12 car of Dylan Contra. In the second row, starting third, the 34 of LeVar Scott. On the outside, starting fourth, the 51 of Amanda Onimus. In the third row, starting fifth, the 88 of Devin DeVorak. On the outside, starting sixth, the 41 of Eddie Mort. In the fourth row, starting seventh, the 05 of Donald Bichelle. On the outside, starting eighth, the 20 car of Dustin Tyler. In the fifth row, starting ninth,
All right, here we go. Final preliminary of the night. The last chance qualifier for the 600s. You look through the lineup, and right away, I think on the inside of row 2, you see two cars that inside of the first two rows, you see two cars that we would not have expected to be in this last chance qualifier in the multi-time track champion Angelo Mercado and LeVar Scott, of course, who has been so talented and had a great start to the night, but it's all kind of gone downhill since then. Same for Mercado. Don't count out the rest of the drivers, though. Dylan Contra and Amanda Onimus starting on the outside of the first two rows. Onimus a regular here at Airport Speedway. Devin Dvorak is as well. He'll start from the inside of row 3 with Eddie Mort on his outside. Well, I say that now, but we only have 5 cars out there right now. So we gave you what the lineup was supposed to look like for this race. It's going to look a lot different by the looks of it. Dustin Tyler comes out to join in the fun. Mercado, Contra, Scott, Mort, and the 56 of Eric Atherholt are also on the speedway, but that may be all we have. Looks like it will be. So the top 3, and then Eddie Mort, who was going to start 6th, will now start 4th. Eric Atherholt, who was going to start 10th, is now going to start 5th. And Dustin Tyler, who was going to start 8th, will start 6th. No Onimus, Dvorak, Buchel, Fogg, Barnett, Bellinger, Vasali, Jenkins, Winters, Ford, Turner, Glenn, and Fox. They're all done. Here we go. 6 cars coming back to the green flag. 10 laps will be the distance. This race shortened by 5 laps. So here we go. Green flag. Last spot in the feature up for grabs. Whoa, Mercado spins it in there. Caution. Now, Mercado never stopped, but maybe he did. Either way, I would think he would be the cause for the caution, so my rationale would say he goes to the back. But doesn't look like that's going to be the case. I think he'll stay at the front. Eddie Mort goes to the back. So here we go. We'll try it. Oh. So Amanda Onimus comes out late. And the intrigue to this race continues. She'll tag on at the back. All right, then. So it's Mercado, Contra, row 1. Scott, Tyler, row 4. Row 2. I can't count. And then it's Eric Atherhold on the inside of row 3. Green flag in the air. Good start for Mercado that time. And he doesn't overcook it to turn number 1 there. LeVar Scott's going to get through to 2nd. And it could be those two to settle it. Back to turns 3 and 4. Angelo Mercado out in front, running the high side. LeVar Scott running in 2nd. Then it's Contra, Tyler. Whoa, Mercado jumped the cushion, and here comes Scott to the inside. He'll take over the lead, back to turn 1. Side by side, Angelo Mercado and Dylan Contra now race for 2nd. Mercado's gonna clear, coming back. to complete lap number 3. Mercado might have got the wall again that time. Contra's going to slide back in front. Big slide job, cross under by Mercado. He's going to get back through to second. But LeVar Scott is checked out. He is gone. Goodbye. Working his way through turn number 4, LeVar Scott. Coming back to see 4 laps to go this time around, and no challenge without a yellow. By the looks of it, he's put the front stretch on Angelo Mercado with Dylan Contra running third. Oh, one car around turn number 1. Amanda Animas spun like a top. Yellow flag is out. She keeps it running, but she was facing the wrong direction at a high rate of speed coming into turn number 1. And this is going to give Angelo Mercado a chance now. Starting right behind LeVar Scott. Dylan Contra is there in third. Maybe to pick up the pieces. We'll see. Dustin Tyler runs fourth. Eddie Mort is fifth. Eric Atherhold is sixth. And Onimus runs in seventh. Okay, 6 down, 4 to go. Field gets doubled up, and here we go. 4 laps remaining. LeVar Scott, Angelo Mercado on the front row. Here we come. Green flag. Oh, Scott got him that time off the line. They'll race back to turn number 1. He is clear. Mercado going to try to go to work off the exit of turn 2, bringing Dustin Tyler with him. Here comes Mercado looking to the inside as LeVar Scott hangs on out in front. Scott goes down to the bottom now, trying to protect his advantage. Mercado running in second, but not letting him get away through turns 3 and 4. Coming down the backstretch, LeVar Scott working his way to turns 3 and 4. Looks like this is going to be a 15-lap race. We've still got 6 to go. Thought they were going to shorten it, but does not look like that's going to be the case as LeVar Scott's coming to complete lap number 10 this time by. And yes, he'll see the 5 to go signal. He has pulled away nicely from Angelo Mercado, though, on that restart. Dustin Tyler running in position number 3. Contra in 4th. LeVar Scott working his way into turns 1 and 2. Had a great drive last year from the back of the B main and then the back of the LCQ, but fell just short of making the A. If he can keep it together through 3 more laps without a caution, it sounds like and it looks like he's going to get in tonight. 2 laps to go for LeVar Scott. Mercado, the first on the outside, looking in for the time being, and he's going to have to stay there, it looks like, unless we get a yellow. White flag for LeVar Scott. Final lap of the LCQ. He'll come up to the lap car of Eric Atherholt, put him a lap down, or at least come up on the back of him. But LeVar Scott sees the checkered flag to win the battle at the Bullring Last Chance qualifier. And he will be your 25th and final starter this evening. Angelo Mercado will go home. So too will Dustin Tyler, Dylan Contra, Eddie Mort, Eric Atherholt, and Amanda Onimus. So in just a few moments, they will bring the cars onto the front stretch, do driver introductions, and then we will get this 100-lap 1313 Enterprises battle at the Bullring started. We do have our lineup for the feature, but we will introduce that to you when we get driver intros onto the Speedway. 25 cars strong for 100 laps of the 1313 Enterprises battle at the Bullring here at Airport Speedway. What I can tell you is Pat Beeler and Bobby Butler are going to start on the front row for the feature. Pat Beeler, the icon, trying to get the job done and keep the new winner streak going, but Bobby Butler trying to become the first repeat winner of the battle at the Bullring. And so, too, is the guy starting in third with Tyler Lindsay. He'll be on the inside of row number 2. And Wayne Scott, the now two-time track champion, going to complete the first 2 rows for tonight's feature. So we're not too far away. Now would be an excellent time if you're watching at home. Share this with your friends, your buddies, if they're interested. Now's the time, because it's just about feature time here at Airport Speedway for this battle at the Bullring. So the field does begin to get formed up here on the front stretch. The cars do anyway. For driver introductions, we'll introduce you to the 25-car starting lineup for tonight's battle at the Bullring. 43 cars here in total. Only room for 25 of them in the A main. 19 have seen their night come to an end. Only one of them will come to an end, taking home the $3,000 and the win in the battle at the Bullring here at Airport Speedway. Fourth annual edition of this race. Tyler Lindsay won it in 2018. Kyle Spence in 2019. And Bobby Butler in 2020. Got to take them a few minutes to get everybody lined up in the correct order on the front stretch. They are being lined up in the order that they'll be starting in for tonight's feature. So they're getting everybody lined up here on the front straightaway. Pat Beeler, Bobby Butler. Want to go over our sponsor awards for the evening once again. The Hard Charger Award, $150, courtesy of JC Fabrications, Andrew Young, and Mercado Bellinger Racing. First non-qualifier in tonight's feature, gets $100 from Performance Sheet Metal. Highest placing female going to get $100 from TNT Racing. I think Adriana Delaponte is the only female in the feature, so it looks like she'll get that award. The first A main flip is $100 from the Bushels. Youngest driver in the A main, $100 from Cassidy's Creations. The Alfanari Memorial Fast Time Award, courtesy of AMF Racing, $150. That went to PJ Williams early in the night. The Hard Luck Award, $100 from Wrap Scrap Lawn Service. The Furthest Tow, $100 from Out of the Blue Racing. That went to the Winters team. The highest finishing RTS chassis will get $25 from RTS Chassis. The leader at the halfway break will get $50 from Performance Well Services. The 12th place driver at the halfway break will get $75 from Delmarva Foundation Coatings, and that will double if the recipient of that award wins the battle at the Bullring. The best appearing car will get $50 from Glenn Motorsports. And the driver who leads the most laps will get $50 from Jen Travellini Realtor. The oldest driver to make the redraw, that went to Pat Beeler, your pole sitter. He got $50 from Mercado Bellinger Racing. And the last car on the lead lap will get $50 from Race Ready Performance. So before we get driver intros started, we're going to send it down to Chris Graham, who's in the infield. He'll give us a grid walk before tonight's driver intros and tonight's 100-lap battle at the Bullring. Chris, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Casey. Down here, let's see, who do we want to talk to first? We'll run up here. We'll grab the icon, Pat Beeler. Did you have any idea that thinking that your car was going to be starting this far up front, there's no way these guys were going to hand you a good pill?
No, not at all. But I guess the kid, or I guess he's a kid to me, but handed me the one ball, said this is for the old guy, so I guess it pays being old.
The car looks good. Obviously, you've got to be feeling pretty good. The thing looks pretty quick. What do you think, though? I mean, it's gotten a lot colder. This track's going to be a lot different than what we've seen today.
Yeah, it's cold. The moisture's coming up. I think it's going to be slick, and then like slimy slick, and then it's going to blow off to like dust. We'll see. It's 100 laps, long race. Just got to hang in there.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much. Let's take a look here. We'll talk to Bobby Butler here. I'm going to ask you sort of the same question I just asked Pat. What the hell are you doing starting on the front row of this thing?
I don't know, man. It's just lucky, I guess. I mean, with the revenge redraw, you just gotta have friends. And Pat is the one that gave me the 2 spot, so I gotta thank Pat for that. We rolled out a brand new car this weekend. We brought the 5B out. First time Saturday was yesterday with the practice. I feel pretty good with it. I'm hoping we can finish the 100 laps up front.
You've got 4 studs starting up here in the first couple of rows. I would imagine you guys are expecting to put on a show here, but 100 laps, you're talking a lot of lap traffic coming into play.
Yeah, and tell you what, you got to call all these guys out here studs for making this show. This is not easy to do, to come out here to a bull ring, and the luck plays into it, but you got to be fast. So everybody out here really has a chance to win this.
All right, thank you very much. Let's take a walk back here. We'll talk to Tyler Lindsay. You've already got one win in this race. I don't know that you probably expected to be starting up front, but what are you thinking here? The car's pretty good tonight.
I just got to play time and just stay out of trouble. Even if we get around to the back of the field, I don't know if we're going to have enough time for that with a lot of cautions, but even if we do, I think the play is just to keep it safe until the end.
All right, bud. Good luck tonight here. They're pulling drivers back for driver intros here. We'll walk and talk with Mike Butler here.
Random car, right?
What's that?
When we come out, we get to pick a random car and get in it, right?
Well, yeah. Sorry, you telling me you're going to squat your ass down at Bobby's car here?
Why not? I can pass for him, right?
Good enough for government work. Yeah. All right, buddy. Good luck tonight here. Let's see. Who else do we want to talk to? The drivers are heading back for intros. So Casey, we'll throw it up top to you. And I'll be down here reporting from the infield all throughout the feature.
Sounds like a plan, Chris Graham. We are ready to go just about with our battle at the Bullring here at the Airport Speedway. Driver intros are upcoming. So all 25 drivers are at that turn 1 gate, and they will all, once they get back there, enter out one at a time. So just waiting on LeVar Scott to come out to the Speedway. Of course, he was just in that last chance qualifier to get in that 25th and final position. So here he comes now. He'll enter the track on the backstretch, come around to the back, hop on out, come to the gate, and then he won't stay there long. For those of you who are just now tuning into the National Racing Network for this 100-lap battle at the Bullring, maybe you were watching Bridgeport, maybe you were watching the World Finals in Charlotte. Either way, if you're here from there, we're glad you're here now because you really, well, I don't want to say you haven't missed anything, but you haven't missed anything in terms of the big show, the 100-lap battle at the Bullring. Just about to get driver intros started. Looks like there might be some sort of an issue for Wayne Scott's car, at least something they were exploring down there. They had that car picked up completely in the air from his grid on the 4th position. So hopefully no issues for the 2-time Airport Speedway champion. Did it first in 2018 and then did it this past year on the strength of 4 victories. It did Wayne Scott.
Enterprises LLC. Philip Weir is the president of BMMRC and has been doing property maintenance this season. 1313 Enterprises LLC offers experienced landscaping and vinyl decals, specializing in helping clients and providing the upkeep needed to their property. From grass cutting to power washing, their job is too small. Their ultimate goal is to ensure you're completely satisfied with the end result of your project. Contact them, you won't be disappointed. Thank you to 1313 Enterprises for sponsoring this year's Battle of the Bullring. Everybody ready to go racing? Okay. In the 25th starting position.
All right, let's meet the field for tonight's battle at the Bullring. Starting in 25th from Pittsgrove, New Jersey, driving the Scott's Auto and towing number 34, it's LeVar Scott. Starting 24th, behind the wheel, the Professional Design Services number 7B from Jackson, New Jersey, it's Aiden Borden. He'll start from the inside of row number 12 in 23rd starting position, driving the DMM Performance number M85, Hunter Metzger. He'll roll off from the outside of row 11, starting 22nd, driving the 54. He won the second B main. It is Jacob Severn. And the winner of the first B main starts 21st in the RG Hoffman Electric ZT from Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania, Jordan Tittle. She'll roll off 20th behind the wheel of the True Brand Park Lane number 22A from Norristown, Pennsylvania, Adriana Della Ponte. Starting in 19th, he'll be behind the wheel of the short load ready mix concrete number 4. It's Mike Butler. Starting 18th, he'll be behind the wheel of the Swope Salvage and Recycling number 91 from New Providence, Pennsylvania, Tyler Esch. Starting from the inside of row 9 and 17th in the Pops, Bees, and Trees, number 49 from Milford, New Jersey, Patrick Shilmonic. Starting in 16th, behind the wheel of the Total Fleet Service, number 24W from Taylor, Pennsylvania, it's Zach Weisenflew. He finished third in last night's AC Racing Products Showdown. He'll drive the Foster Motorsports number $30 machine from the 15th starting spot from Bel Air, Maryland. It's Dominic Foster. Starting in position number 14 from Chatham, New Jersey, in the 34V, it's John Vreeland. And starting from the inside of row 7, qualified his way in through the heat race, he's driving the X car tonight, it's Brendan Hires. Starting in 12th, driving the CPG Graphics Racing Rehab number 14 from Ashbury, New Jersey, it's Connor Gross. Starting in 11th, this guy has been on fire at Airport Speedway. He won the AC Racing Products Showdown last night in the Betts Garage number 11 from Newcastle, Delaware. It's Tyler Tank. And your top 10 starters begin like this. Starting in 10th in the Contractual Carriers number 29 from Wilmington, Delaware. He was the overall fast timer. It's P.J. Williams. And starting in 9th in the W&W Steel Erectors number 24, the driver from Elmer, New Jersey, it's Robert Pierce. Starting in 8th behind the wheel of the RacetrackOC.com number 38 from Bel Air, Maryland, it's Angelo Karoupis. And starting from the inside of row 4, from Elkton, Maryland, he'll drive the Melvin Racing number 42, it's Kyle Melvin. Starting in the 6th spot, he's from Malika Hill, New Jersey. He'll drive the SJ Electrical Training and Apprenticeship number 96. It's Corey Anderson. He'll start from the inside of row number 3, behind the wheel of the 28C. From Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, it's Stone Keller. And starting in 4th, the 2-time Airport Speedway champion in the Scott's Auto and Towing, Kearney's Point Auto Rentals number 10. From Pittsgrove, New Jersey, it's Wayne Scott. He'll roll off from the 3rd spot. He was the inaugural Battle of the Bullring winner in 2018 in the Lindsay Lawn and Landscaping number 46 from Slatington, Pennsylvania. It's Tyler Lindsay. And your front row for tonight's Battle at the Bullring. He won this race a year ago. Behind the wheel, the Premier Lathing Short Road Ready Mix Concrete number 5B from Bridgeport, New Jersey, the conductor Bobby Butler. And your pole sitter tonight, behind the wheel of the JT Hoover Concrete Race Ready Performance number 44, the icon Pat Beeler is your pole sitter for tonight's 1313 Enterprises 100 lap Battle at the Bullring at Airport Speedway. And the drivers now strapping into their cars after coming out from the gate and onto the front stretch, and they're ready to do battle for 100 laps tonight at Airport Speedway. If there's going to be a repeat winner of this race, this could be the year. 2nd and 3rd have won this thing before, but Pat Beeler, his resume speaks for itself, and he's trying to add the Battle at the Bullring to it. And Wayne Scott, of course, we know what he's capable of, starting from row 2. He's been the guy at Airport the last couple of years. Stone Keller, Corey Anderson, 2 guys to keep an eye on as well in row 3. You go back through the field, you find a couple multi-time winners this year. Robert Pierce and P.J. Williams starting together in row 5. And then maybe the guy everyone's going to be watching coming from 11th, Tyler Tank in the Betts Garage, number 11. Five of the last 6 races here at Airport, including last night's AC Racing Products Showdown, have belonged to that guy. Connor Gross, after having to miss a lot of big races the past few weeks, being out with mono, he's back tonight for the Battle at the Bullring. He'll start that CPG Graphics Racing Rehab 14 from the outside of row 6. Champion at Spirit Auto Center Speedway this year was Connor. A mix of youth and experience in this field, as we always see in the 600 division. Going to be fascinating to see which one comes out on top this evening. But we're about ready to find out for the battle at the Bullring. So we do want to remind everybody, as was the case 1 year ago, it's going to be 100 green flag laps. Caution laps will not count in this race. If there would be an incident where we would have to have a long cleanup, we will stop the cars. It'll be a red flag. But we're going to run 100 green flag laps tonight. So this is going to be a true test of endurance, without a doubt. And one other change this year, as opposed from last year. Last year, you could change a tire at the halfway fuel stop, and you'd only have to start at the back of the field. Now, if you change a tire at the halfway fuel stop, you're done. You're DQ'd. Your night is over. It is not allowed. The only exception is if you have a tire that is beyond a reasonable doubt flat. That's the only circumstance that you're allowed to change a tire during that halfway fuel stop. So you're going to have to make that right rear last 100 laps to win this thing, and that's not going to be easy. See who picked the right tire, perhaps, for this battle at the Bullring. Also, it's worth talking about kind of the colder weather tonight. It's colder tonight than it was, much colder tonight than it was this race a year ago. That's not going to be ideal for some of these engines. That'll be something to keep an eye on tonight. See who can get through the 100-lap feature and make it happen. So we have a little game for those of you watching at home on the National Racing Network. If you want to leave in the comments who you think the first flip is going to be in tonight's battle at the Bullring. Now, I don't think we had one last year that I can recall in the A main. But if you want to play a little game and maybe bet who the first flip is going to be tonight, you're more than welcome to do so. Obviously, we don't wish that on anybody, but it's going to be fun to see tonight with 25 cars. I mean, there's a lot that can unfold here. That's part of what makes this race so exciting and entertaining. The fact that it is truly a test of endurance, 100 laps, and at a Bullring, no less. I mean, this is an 8th-mile racetrack. It'd be a lot different if we were doing 100 laps or a long race at a half-mile, even a quarter-mile. But tonight, I mean, you can't get away from anyone with 24 cars on the speedway over the course of 100 laps, 25, I should say. So it is just going to be fascinating to see how this all unfolds tonight at the Airport Speedway in Newcastle, Delaware. Tell you what, another game, if you're watching at home, you can play in the comments. Tell us now, who do you think is going to win this thing? Who's going to take home the victory in tonight's battle at the Bullring? You think it'll be Pat Beeler, Bobby Butler, maybe Tyler Lindsay, Wayne Scott, one of those front four, or are you willing to go out on a bit of a limb? Maybe a guy like Robert Pierce starting in 9th, Tyler Tank in 11th. PJ Williams has been strong. He starts 10th. Those are guys we'll certainly keep an eye on, but who do you think? Now's the time. Get your picks in. Play along at home in the comments.
our start, literally, we're going to ask that all fans back away from the fence, please. All fans need to back away from the fence.
And as we've mentioned, this race will not run 100 lap screen. We need to have a fuel stop around the halfway mark. Anywhere from about lap 50 to lap 53 is when I think we'll ideally have that halfway fuel break. It's going to be an 8-minute break, and each team will be able to have 2 crew members come out to service the car. Only basic tools that can be carried are allowed to be brought onto the speedway. You're not allowed to unbolt anything from the car. And as we mentioned, a tire can only be changed if it's flattened during the race. No longer is there an option to change a tire and go to the back without a valid reason. And whereas usually we have a 3-strike rule, it's a 5-strike rule for this 100 lapper. Hopefully no one needs that, but we'll see what happens. The engines are fired, and we're ready to go. The battle at the Bullring. 1313 Enterprises, our presenting sponsor for this 4th race. 4th 100 lapper to be held here at Airport. Who's it going to be tonight? We're about to find out.
All right, Casey, I'm going to jump in here. We've got some of the comments coming in. Josh Conover says Weisenflu. He called it himself the other night, first on his lid. Alex Rupert says Bobby Butler is going to be the first one on his lid. RJ Wright, flip 44, win 30, Dominic Foster. Ryan Leary checking in saying they're all going to lose. Thank you, everybody, for checking in with the comments. Let us know your picks for the win here. Features checking in, saying Tyler Tank going to get the win. We'll try to get some more of your comments in here as the night goes on as well.
Josh Conover's busting a little bit on Zach Weisenflu. But unfortunately, that has been a trend for him this year. Usually not of his own doing. He's just kind of been wrong place, wrong time. Let's hope for his sake tonight, at least he keeps it on the ground this evening. Weisenflu is going to start from the 16th spot. All right, field getting ready to get formed up as they have fired away from the front stretch where they are gridded. All 25 cars seem to get away without any issue. By the way, nice to see Alex Rupert checking in the comments tonight. Winner of the Linda Speedway National Open 3 weeks ago that you saw right here on the National Racing Network. So maybe he's got a good idea of what's going to happen tonight. Bobby Butler, to go upside down, that's certainly not ideal for him. He's a good pick to win tonight, no doubt about that. But I guarantee you he's probably going to have a checkers or wreckers mentality with that thing tonight. He wants this one badly. You know, one thing that's always intriguing to watch during these 100 lappers, the comers and goers that we'll see in this race. You know, last year, Bobby Butler dominated most of the early portion of this race, and then kind of after the halfway fuel stop, cars started to fall off a little bit. He was bypassed by Zach Beeler, Kyle Spence, and Tommy Koonsman. But then they all tangled and opened the door for Bobby Butler to get back on by and wind up driving all the way home to the checkered flag. All right, it's time for the wave lap, and that means we're 1 lap to green for the 1313 Enterprises battle at the Bullring. Pat Beeler and Bobby Butler, two 600 veterans, have a lot of wins on their resume. Bobby has one here. Pat does not. He's going to start on the pole. And the field's going to come to turns 3 and 4. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the 1313 Enterprises Battle at the Bullring at Airport Speedway. Trouble, turn 1. PJ Williams turned around. Caution.
You can't park there.
Yellow drink. PJ Williams goes around. Weisenflu's over there. Esch is involved. And I think the other car is John Vreeland. I could be wrong, but I think he's the car that's collected over there. Not quite sure how that started. I think they all just kind of got stacked up there in turn 1, and PJ Williams was the first car to go sideways, and once he went sideways, it pretty much blocked the track for the cars that were directly behind him. That is Vreeland's car over there with Weisenflu. I don't think any real substantial damage, though, to anybody. Bobby Butler had gotten a great jump on that initial start. He had cleared Pat Beeler down to turn number 1 from the outside pole, but he's going to have to do it again. And Weisenflu will get fired back away. He'll be all the way at the tail. Now the task is going to come of getting everybody back in the same order as they were for the initial start, minus the cars that were involved in that incident down there in turn 1. So everybody that was involved over there is able to continue. Zach Weisenflu, PJ Williams, John Vreeland, and the 91 of Tyler Esch, all able to resume and rejoin. Brendan Hires is also near the back of the field. Not sure if that's by intent or not. He originally started in the 13th position. But either way, fuel will circulate under caution, and now for Pat Beeler, he's going to get another crack at getting a better start and not allowing Bobby Butler to clear him down to turn number 1 this time. That's going to be the primary objective for the icon, Pat Beeler, starting on pole. And the conductor, Bobby Butler, starting on his outside. Everybody's lined up. Double file, 1 to go signal given once again. Let's try it one more time. Pat Beeler, Bobby Butler on the front row. Coming to turns 3 and 4. And here we go. The battle at the Bullring is back green. Another good start from Bobby Butler. He's going to get the lead from the outside pole once again. Back to turn number 3. Caution. No. Oh, one car. That's Wayne Scott. Wayne Scott's car is leaking heavily. And he's going to pull it to the infield. And we talked about when they brought him out on the front stretch, that car, they were looking under it, and the report was that there was some sort of a leak. There is a gigantic leak now.
I tell you what, Casey, The trail runs just about the entire length of this place. Starts right at the entry to turn number 1, all the way around to where Scott got that car off at turn number 4. This is, it's a mess.
This could be our first red flag of the night at this rate. That is going to be, well, I mean, they're going to try and run everybody through it. If they can do that, it's going to take a number of laps, I'd assume, because it's a thick trail of fluid that's been laid down. But early on, a potential heavy hitter, one of the favorites, is out of the battle at the Bullring.
Tell you what here, Casey, taking a look at the racetrack at the turn 3 and 4 end, I think this is really going to widen out. We may see 2 distinctly different grooves at each end of the racetrack here. The cushion is a little bit there at the 1 and 2 end. They're going to be banging the boards down here in 3 and 4.
Yeah, I'm with you there. That groove is certainly a little higher through turns 3 and 4, and I feel like that's been something we've kind of seen. And I think back to last night, and particularly last night for the showdown, we saw a pretty sizable cushion forming, but it was right up close to that outside wall in turns 3 and 4, not quite as close through 1 and 2. It's going to be fascinating to see how that continues to change and adapt throughout the course of the race.
Yeah, especially with the lack of loose stuff that we have down here. The track is really pretty well packed in. Yeah, there's a chance that they can kick some more dirt up there towards the fence, but there's not a lot of loose stuff out here to move around.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Certainly looks like this could be a multi-groove track to, who knows, maybe they'll try 3. I'm not saying it's going to work, but they could give it a shot perhaps in turns 3 and 4. And certainly as we get down closer to the end, some of these guys might start to get desperate and try to fill a hole. We'll see what happens. Field is getting doubled up. And we are ready to go green this time by Wayne Scott, the first driver to fall by the wayside in tonight's battle at the Bullring, but still 24 cars left running. Bobby Butler's gotten the lead each time on the past 2 starts. He's got to do it one more time from the outside pole. Green flag. That was Beeler's best start yet. They'll be side by side, but Butler's going to get the drive off turn number 2, and he's going to clear through to the race lead. Now, can he get the first lap? Oh, he jumped the cushion. Butler jumped the cushion. Lost a ton of track position all the way back to the 6th spot, as Pat Beeler's going to lead lap number 1. That was a massive mistake from Bobby Butler, just like Chris was talking about. He jumped the cushion in turns 3 and 4, and now he's got work to do. Behind the front 5, Pat Beeler, your leader. Tyler Lindsay running second. Then Corey Anderson in third, with Robert Pierce up to the 4th spot, and Stone Keller completing your top 5 in front of Butler and Tyler Tank, who runs 6th and 7th. And it won't take long before the leaders get to lap traffic. Coming by to complete the 4th lap, and Pat Beeler's already less than a straightaway from the back of the field. He's got about 5 car lengths between he and Tyler Lindsay into turn number 3. Corey Anderson put the pressure on the back bumper of the Lindsay Lawn and Landscaping, number 46, through turns 1 and 2. Robert Pierce directly behind him. And don't look now, but Tyler Tank is coming. He's gotten past Bobby Butler. He's going to work on Stone Keller for the 5th spot as they race back to turn number 1. In lap traffic, Pat Beeler's caught in the back of the field, and he got jammed up behind Zach Weisenflew into turn number 3. Coming out of the corner, he'll put a lap on Weisenflew, but that allows Lindsay to close in just a little bit. Next car he'll get to is John Vreeland in the 34V. Side by side off the corner, Pat Beeler in the 44 to the inside. Coming out of turn number 2, Tyler Lindsay in the 46. Closing the gap now, right to the back bumper out of turn number 4. Pat Beeler leads, but not by much, over Tyler Lindsay, Corey Anderson, and here comes Tyler Tank. Up to the 5th spot and going to work on Robert Pierce for 4th. Oh, they all got jammed up in front of Beeler. Oh, Anderson nearly goes around. Tank capitalizes. He's going to get through to 3rd. They all keep it straight, but that did not work out well for Anderson or Pierce. They fall back. Pat Beeler still trying to find a way around John Freeland. Side by side, here comes Tyler Lindsay to the inside. He's got the lead into turn number 3, but Pat Beeler not going to give it up. Lindsay's going to clear, though, back to turn number 1. Brendan Hires and Tyler Esch side by side directly in front of him. Back to turn number 3. Tyler Lindsay is your leader. Pat Beeler not letting him get away. And Tyler Tank has joined the party just like that. Tyler Lindsay coming out of turn number 4. Tried to work his way to the inside of the 91 of Tyler Esch.
Contact, Pat Beeler's around into the infield. That'll bring a caution out.
Pat Beeler went for a spin.
What a tough break for Pat Beeler, getting caught up with lap traffic. In the process, looks like he lost a hunk of the muffler, if not the entire thing. And that may be the end of the night for Pat Beeler.
Chris, I didn't catch the beginning of it. Did you see how that started? Was there contact there between Beeler, or what all happened?
That may very well have been a case of Tyler Tank getting into the back end of Pat Beeler a little bit. The 11 car has been an absolute rocket ship tonight. The question is he a little bit too aggressive here early on?
I think race officials might be having that same discussion right now, deciding whether or not they want to move Tyler Tank to the rear.
Track crew down here getting the muffler put back up on Pat Beeler's race car. He's going to be going off at turn 1. The crew will be able to try to get that car put back together. If they can get the muffler on, Beeler can come back out.
And if he does come back out, he's going to be coming like a bat out of you-know-what once he gets back onto the speedway.
You're allowed to say bat out of hell. In fact, we can say whatever the hell we want.
Fair enough. Either way, Pat Beeler is going to be charging to the front if he can get back onto the speedway. But that is the operative question right now. So, right now, Robert Pierce is running second behind Tyler Lindsay, but not sure if he's going to wind up being there or not.
Tyler Lindsay was really impressive getting around Pat Beeler there. He used traffic absolutely to perfection. Able to squeeze inside of Beeler, use the lap car a little bit as a pick, and by the time Beeler knew what was going on, Lindsay had him cleared by about a car length and a half. Really good drive for Tyler Lindsay. The question now is, what can he do with clean air out front?
Yeah, they both just kind of split that lapper out of turn number 2, and by the time Pat Beeler was able to get clear, he had Tyler on his inside with a whole head of steam, able to take over the lead to turn number 3. That is going to be the question now, because now he's going to have to deal with that same thing out in front. 14 laps complete, still 86 to go. Looks like Tyler Tank will retain his second position. Robert Pierce is going to be third, then Bobby Butler and Stone Keller your top 5. Corey Anderson runs 6th, Angelo Karopis is 7th. Dominic Foster has worked his way up to 8th. Then Kyle Melvin runs 9th, and Mike Butler, who started 19th, is up to 10th. Jordan Tittle has worked his way to 11th. PJ Williams, he was running some fast laps back in traffic, but he's still mired back in 12th, trying to rebound from that first turn incident.
This may change things a little bit from a strategy perspective for these guys as well, Casey, because the original plan was if they were going to have an extended yellow, they would red flag the field, handle the cleanup, get them back going. Now, because they're having to run all this fluid into the racetrack, these cars are burning a lot more fuel. That may become a consideration as we get closer to the halfway point.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to watch, especially if we get a number of more cautions before we hit that halfway break. We are still some 35, 40 laps away from that stoppage. Field does get doubled up. It did not take Tyler Tank long to work his way from position number 11 on the starting grid to position number 2. And on each of the starts tonight, we've seen the outside pole sitter take the lead. It was Bobby Butler on all 3 occasions. Then he slid high in turn 4. He's rebounded now back to the outside of row 2. And I promise you, he's got some motivation now to try and get the lead back on this restart.
I'll tell you what here, Casey. Pat Beeler, well, he came back out onto the racetrack. Now he comes to a stop right at the entry to turn number 1. So they're going to have to wave off the restart. Beeler's trying to get the gate open at turn 1. He wants to get off the racetrack. He will pull it in. It looks like he's going to make the left-hand turn, though, to head back towards the pseudo-ish work area here.
Yeah, but now the question is how much time are officials going to give him to fix whatever's still wrong with that car and get back onto the speedway? The field is doubled up, ready to go otherwise for the restart. And it looks like they're going to get the 1-to-go signal this time by, so unless we see a yellow, might be the end of the road for the icon, Pat Beeler, who started on pole, but in lap traffic found his downfall after losing the lead to Tyler Lindsay. Now it's Lindsay and Tyler Tank on the front row. Robert Pearson, Bobby Butler on row 2. Stone Keller, Corey Anderson on row 3. Coming back to see the green flag. 14 down, 86 to go. We're back to racing. Good start from Lindsay as he slides it off in there. Look at Stone Keller on the inside. He's trying to make something happen on Robert Pierce out of turn number 2, but Pierce sends it off in there. He's going to hang on to that third spot. Oh, one car's around and over. That's Kyle Melvin, who did a wheel stand and couldn't stick it. He went up and over in turn 4. Tyler Esch is over there as well. That was a stack up from about 8th or 9th on back. And Kyle Melvin got the worst of it. And if you said Kyle Melvin was going to be tonight's first flip in the A-main, congratulations. Now the question is, I mean, it was a pretty soft rollover, all things considered. Is there how much damage is there to Kyle Melvin's car? I think that's what we're trying to figure out.
Taking a look down here, track crew giving the car a quick look over here. He used some fluid when the car tipped over. Doesn't look like anything too serious. He will be able to drive away, but he's going to have to tag in at the back of the field. Another car stopped up on the outside. Can't tell the number on that one.
That's Tyler Esch in the 91.
Okay, Tyler Esch stopped outside of turn 4. He already has the helmet unbuckled, and looks like his night will be done as well.
So tough break for Tyler Esch behind the wheel of that 91, usually driven by Randy Kunkel Jr. with a wing on. Tyler Esch coming here tonight to compete in the battle at the Bullring, but it looks like his night will come to an end. Sounds like the night is also officially now over for Pat Beeler since he pulled off the speedway and we got a lap in under green. So the icon will not get a chance to add his name to the list of Battle of the Bullring winners. Won the skyscraper race in Bridgeport about a month ago, but not going to get it done tonight, unfortunately, after things look so promising early on.
That's one of the things that I think has been really interesting about this season. We haven't seen a name of big dominance in the big events, going even all the way back to the Labor Day shootout at Blanco. It's different names, different drivers. Pretty cool to see a big variety of winners here in these big name events late in the season.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a guy, look at the guy that's leading right now, Tyler Lindsay. He won the big Blaze Alexander Memorial race at Greenwood Valley a couple weeks ago, so he's gotten the job done in some big races this year and obviously knows how to get around this place in the past. See if he can add the Battle at the Bullring for the second time to his trophy case. It's Lindsay, then Tyler Tank, Robert Pierce, Bobby Butler, and Stone Keller, still your top 5. 15 laps completed, 85 still to go. And this has been another pretty extended caution period, Chris, and those concerns and that point you brought up about the fuel, it starts to become more of an issue here the more laps we run under caution.
Yeah, especially if you're thinking about it from the perspective of fill the car to start the race and then see how much fuel you need to add once you get to the halfway break. That math can get a little bit tricky, and you may end up having to overfill the car just to make sure you get to the end.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who might have gone maybe a little lean on the fuel and as a result might wind up running out. I mean, that would be a disaster for any one of these front runners to run out before the halfway fuel break.
Taking a look down here at the 91 of Ash, lost the chain on it. The chain's still there, but definitely not connected to anything at this point. So car definitely done for the night. That car normally, one of the Kunkel's piloting that car. I don't know if this one's Jared's or what, but or Randy's, yeah. But going to be interesting here. Field's getting doubled up. There's still a lot of racing left to go here.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we've seen a lot already, but we still have a lot more to go. Tyler Lindsay and Tyler Tank on row 1 as the field gets doubled up. 1 to go signal has been given. Kyle Melvin has rejoined at the tail. Still have 22 cars left in the battle at the Bullring. Here we go. Tyler Lindsay and Tyler Tank going to lead us down out of turn number 4 to the green flag. We are back to racing. Oh, that was a good start from Lindsay that time. He got away. Look at Bobby Butler keeping that momentum up on the high side. He's going to try to take over the 3rd spot to turn 3, and he will. Here comes Corey Anderson now on the bottom. Ooh, Butler slid high again. They'll be 3 wide off turn number 4, back to turn 1. Robert Pierce on the inside, the big beneficiary there. He and Butler are going to be side by side at turn number 3 as Tyler Lindsay and Tyler Tank try to get away. Oh, stack up turn 3, and one car stopped. It's PJ Williams. Caution. And that started when Connor Gross got stacked up with somebody else. I want to say it might have been Hunter Metzger. And they all kind of got together, and by the time PJ Williams arrived on the scene, there was nothing he could do. And after driving his way from the back to about 11th, he's going to have to do it again.
PJ Williams has looked patiently aggressive here tonight. It sounds oxymoronish, but he's been very clean in how he's trying to make his passes. He knows the car's good. He knows he's quick. Now he's going to have to do it again all the way from the back of the field here.
Yeah, I looked up at the timing and scoring we have here around like lap 7, lap 8 or so. I saw him down running in 14th, and he had still run the fastest lap of the race so far. So clearly that car's got the speed, but it's one thing to have the speed. It's another thing to be able to get through traffic, and PJ Williams has had to do that a lot more in the early stages of this race than I'm sure he would have liked to. And especially when you consider that he started this race in 10th, and the guy that started this race 11th right now, Tyler Tank, is running 2nd. Makes you think maybe what could have been for PJ Williams, but he's still got a long way to go.
Yeah, PJ, a little bit of what could have been. Tyler Tank has been very good. The car that I'm really interested in watching, though, is Bobby Butler. He's got to be looking forward to some adjustments here at the halfway break. The car seems very skitterish on corner exit. He's got a big-time handful there in that 5B.
Yeah, we've seen a couple times now that he's had some pretty big issues coming out of turn number 4 with that car that have cost him some positions. He continues to run in the 4th spot now. He'll be back on the outside of Robert Pierce. Actually, no. Looks like he's going to be in the 5th spot. Corey Anderson's going to get the spot in front of him. Speaking of the Butlers, how about Mike Butler? The drive he's had early in this race. He started this thing back in 19th, and he has slowly and surely kept that car out of trouble, kept the nose clean, and worked his way up to 7th.
Mikey Butler's one of the characters in the sport, especially in the 600 world. He's been fun to watch. I'm really interested to see what he can do here. He talked about jumping into Bobby's car. I think, quite frankly, I think Mike's car is a whole lot better than Bobby's is at this point.
Yeah, so far, it certainly looks like it, to be able to work his way through the field the way that he has. That car's been driven multiple times this year by Bobby Butler, but it's Mike behind the wheel here tonight as Bobby rolls out that new 5B, debuting this weekend. But gonna have to try and get her a little more tuned up for the final 83 laps of this race. And Chris, there's only so many adjustments you can make over the next 30, 35 laps until the halfway fuel stop, when then hopefully you can make at least a few more adjustments to try and get your car handling a little better.
Yeah, the teams can bring kind of generic hand tools out onto the racetrack. What's interesting is I'm not sure what Bobby has in terms of the in-car adjustments. If he's got one of the Jacob's ladder cars that you can adjust that from inside the cockpit, he could be already out of those adjustments, and they may have to take a big swing at it at the break.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Chris. Not sure, but either way, they will certainly be looking to make some changes to the 5B. But this is also something that I think we talk about with this race, you know, comers and goers. If you're good now, you might not necessarily be great later when this track goes through the changes it'll go through over the next 75 or 80 laps. So that's another thing that'll be pretty fascinating to keep an eye on throughout the rest of this race. 1 to go signal has been given side by side for the restart. 17 laps are complete. 83 still remain. It's been Tyler Lindsay out in front since about the lap 10 mark or so when he got around Pat Beeler in lap traffic. It's been some cautions since then. See if we can get a long green flag run going here as Tyler Lindsay leads us back to the green flag. We're back to racing to turn number 1. Another good start from Lindsay. Oh, one car's upside down. It's Hunter Metzger going for a big ride in turn 1.
That was a wild go-over for Hunter Metzger.
That was huge. And they're going to stop the field here coming out of turn number 4.
Quick response by the track crew. Those guys were on the four-wheelers and moving very, very quickly.
Yeah, they got there within seconds of when that car came to a stop in turn number 1 to check on Hunter Metzger and make sure he's all right. Once we get word from down there, we'll let you know. That's a tough break for him, though. He transferred through the B main after being so fast in time trials. Started 23rd and has worked his way up to 9th. And he grenaded a motor last night in the showdown race. Didn't get an opportunity to qualify for the showdown because of that. So even though that car's had a lot of speed, it's not been the weekend Hunter Metzger was hoping for.
Tell you what here, Casey, that is a monster divot that Hunter Metzger's race car took out of the racing surface here. Hearing that he may be okay, they are going to take a look at him, have the EMTs come take a look here, but...
Yeah, they are going to have the EMTs come take a look at him, but he is moving around in there. He just took the helmet off, so he's at least awake and alert and appears to be okay, but probably a little bit shaken.
Let's see, while we're wandering down here, we may have a little bit of time here. Let's see if we can talk quick word here with Tyler Tank. Tyler, car has been absolutely incredible here so far tonight. What are you feeling from the driver's seat?
I feel like I'm strapped to a rocket.
The car looks good. Any big swings adjustment-wise that you're thinking here at the break, or is this just put a little fuel in it and make the big run to the end?
Yeah, some fuel. I might try and tighten her up a little bit because I'm a little loose getting in. But other than that, car's handling really well.
All right, there you go. That's Tyler Tank. His car has been good. This guy, Robert Pierce. Robert, you're one of the guys, you've had a great season so far here this year. This is really that keystone event that you really want to pick up here to close things out.
Yeah, I mean, our season here was pretty great. We set some fast laps. We won 2 races here. I mean, we're fast tonight. The track's pretty heavy still. We're blowing just a little bit of dust, but I feel like if I can get below Tyler over there, we can maybe get in front of Lindsay.
All right, bud. Good luck the rest of the way here. Tell you what, Casey, the guys at the front are saying the car's really good. The big question is going to be the cars that are at the back. What do they think as we get ready to roll?
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. Good to get a word in there with Tyler Tank and Robert Pierce, who are second and third in the running order. But yeah, I can imagine their cars right now, they're running awesome. I mean, Tyler Tank has worked his way from 11th to 2nd. Robert Pierce started this race 9th. He's worked to 3rd, but there are other drivers that have struggled to get through the field or been caught up in incidents. I look back and I see guys like Connor Gross back there, the aforementioned P.J. Williams, Zach Weisenflu's back there still, LeVar Scott. I mean, those are all guys that are still going to have some things they want to work on. So they did tow Hunter Metzger's car off of the racetrack, and as we reported, he was awake, he was alert down there, he was moving, taking the helmet off, but they are going to take him back to just get him checked out, make sure everything's all right. And as you said, Chris, that is you can see it, it's a pretty monster divot down there in right as you enter turn number 1, where that car just dug in and basically did a 360 in midair before landing, thankfully, back on its wheels. But that was a wild ride for sure. A tough break for Hunter Metzger in the M85. Going to be the end of his night.
They say that cautions breed cautions, and unfortunately for some of the guys, like P.J. Williams, some of the other cars that have had early incidents, they're not really getting a chance to make up any ground yet before the caution's coming back out. They're only getting maybe a lap or two under green.
Yeah, that's making it really difficult for those guys to the back to make any of the ground because, I mean, you really need about 2 or 3 laps to be able to kind of get spread out enough to the point where you can at least pick your way through traffic, and that's something that those guys at the back have not had the opportunity to do just yet. But sooner or later, we're going to get a couple laps strung together here. We have to. There's 83 to go. I sure would hope we will, and I think certainly if this race and what we've seen in the past is any indication, that's going to come pretty soon as Tyler Lindsay stands on the gas pedal, brings us back to the green flag, and we're racing back to turn number 1. Good start from Corey Anderson on the outside. He'll race side by side with Bobby Butler for the 4th spot as the front 3 get away single file. 1, 2, 3. Tyler Lindsay, Tyler Tank, and Robert Pierce in the battle on for 4th. Bobby Butler slides it in on the bottom, and he takes away that 4th position. Back out at turn number 4. Tyler Tank, though, is not letting Tyler Lindsay get away out in front. Nose to tail, coming out of turn number 2. And into turn 3. The most dominant driver in recent weeks at Airport this year, working his way behind Tyler Lindsay, who's got multiple wins at other tracks this season, but wants to pick up his 2nd Battle of the Bullring victory. It's still Lindsay who leads through 21 laps. And Robert Pierce, Bobby Butler, Corey Anderson, Stone Keller, all right there, not letting the front runners get away.
We may have trouble brewing back in the pack here for LeVar Scott. Similar issues, you would think, to Wayne, but that car does not want to get up and go off the corners.
Tyler Tank really is closing in the gap coming out of turn number 4, and he's coming right to the back bumper of Tyler Lindsay as they race into turn number 3. Continue to stay loyal to that bottom line is the Lindsay Lawn and Landscaping number 46. Caution is out, and debris is what it sounds like. Trying to spot exactly where it is.
Our French nemesis, Jacques Debris.
Yes, on the front stretch with 24 laps completed.
I tell you what here, Casey, we are not far from our predicted overnight low temperatures here. Currently seeing about 40 degrees down here in the infield at Airport Speedway. It's freaking cold, man. These cars are definitely not going to be doing their optimum here. Cool is good for the engines. I don't know that cold is really good for them, though.
Well, yeah, we saw that all too well at Linda's a couple weeks ago in the National Open, how cold temperatures can really make an impact, even on these 600 motors. Not quite as finicky as the 270s, but yeah, we still see it, and Chris, I mean, do these caution laps, do they help that at all, or do they actually hurt in terms of the engines and being able to keep them in the optimum temperature?
I would tend to think these repeat cautions are really, really not a good thing for the motors, because it's cold enough where we're to the point that you're going to lose temperature very, very rapidly once you start running under caution. They need to keep these things wound up.
We've just had a few runs here of, 3 or 4 laps, it seems, have not really been able to get in too much of a rhythm since that first early run. We've just kind of steadily been clicking off one at a time, 24 down, still 76 to go. Still have, I think, 21 cars in the field, so lap traffic will continue to be an issue if we see any more long green flag runs before the halfway fuel stop. It's Tyler Lindsay and Tyler Tank in row 1. Robert Pearson, Bobby Butler in row 2. Corey Anderson, Stone Keller, row 3. Mike Butler, Dominic Foster, row 4. Then Jordan Tittle and Angelo Karupis, beg your pardon, the 54 of Jake Severn, completing your top 10. Coming back to the restart. It's been the Tyler Lindsay show as of late, but Tyler Tank has not been letting him get away. Is this the restart? He can make something happen. That was his best restart yet, but it looks like Lindsay might be able to clear. Maybe not. Tyler Tank trying to make something happen on the high side, but Lindsay pulls back in front to turn number 3. Bobby Butler able to take over the 3rd spot from Robert Pierce on the restart, and he'll go to work on Tank off to turn number 1. Gets a great drive off turn number 2, shoots out of the corner and closes the gap to the back tail tank of the Betts Garage number 11 with Newcastle, Delaware's Tyler Tank behind the wheel of it. But Tyler Lindsay by about 4 car lengths continues out in front. Robert Pierce running in 4th. Corey Anderson is 5th. That's your top 5. Dominic Foster still trying to work his way through the field. He's putting pressure on Mike Butler for the 6th spot, as the front 5 have all gotten singled out and pretty well spaced out, at least for the time being, but that won't last long once they get to lap traffic. Tyler Lindsay on the bottom, continuing to hold a steady gap, grow it little by little over Tyler Tank. It's about 5 car lengths coming through turns 3 and 4. I'll tell you what, that middle set of tires there in turns 3 and 4, I saw a couple drivers up near the front clip that. That's something you gotta be careful of coming out of the corner. So far, it hasn't been anyone yet. But Tyler Lindsay continues to lead, now putting 32 laps on the board this time around. And he holds a steady 6 or 7 car length lead on Tyler Tank back to turn 1. Bobby Butler another 4 back in 3rd, and then it's about half a straightaway back to Robert Pierce in 4th, but Tyler Lindsay's coming to lap traffic.
Oh, 1 car going around. PJ Williams going around as well. 3 cars involved. That really started about a lap and a half earlier. Robert Pierce and whoever is right behind him, the Z. Those cars made contact, wheel hopped each other. It bottled everybody up, and we saw the outcome down here in turn 3.
The 1 car over there is Connor Gross. That's the red and white car, the CPG graphics ride. The other car, trying to figure out who exactly that is. I think that's Patrick Chilmonic, blue and white car, the 49
I believe
machine.
so, yes.
Man, PJ Williams just can't catch a break in this one so far. That's his 3rd incident he's been involved in so far this evening, as he was once again trying to work his... He had gotten up to the 10th spot. He was working his way up again, and now he's going to have to do it again.
Yeah, PJ Williams has been putting on a show down here throughout this feature race. I don't know how many more bullets he's going to be able to have in the gun, though. Without the attrition numbers that we might have anticipated seeing, PJ Williams is going to have a lot of cars to pass.
Well, he's got a lot of cars to pass, and he's also running out of strikes. That's his 3rd incident. In a normal race, that would be the end of your night. But since this is a 100-lap event, you get 5 cautions that you're caught up in, 5 DOTs, and then you've got to come off the speedway. So PJ Williams still has 2 more strikes to play with, but he's still got a long way to go. We're 33 laps complete, 67 to go, right about 1/3 through this battle at the Bullring. And, you know, Tyler Lindsay, I thought, Chris, Tyler Tank would have something for him there on that restart, but Lindsay was able to gap him pretty nicely. And where do you think Lindsay was really getting the advantage? It seemed like at first Tank was able to close in coming up off the corner, but then once Lindsay got away, he started to really kind of gap Tank, at least before they were going to get to lap traffic.
I almost think some of that may come down to just patience out of Tyler Tank. He's been very smart in how he's driven this race tonight. Like I said, patiently aggressive. He's getting the job done now. I tell you what, though, that Tyler Lindsay machine has been absolutely fantastic here tonight.
Yeah, it's looked stout out in front, no doubt about it. Tyler Lindsay making moves happen at the front of the field, and you know, on each restart, he's done a nice job too, kind of commanding the starts as the leader and not giving Tyler Tank an opportunity to really make anything happen. That last restart was really the closest that Tyler Tank had come to trying to make a challenge. Most of these restarts, we've seen Tyler Lindsay have his choice be completely clear by the time they get down to turn number 1. So I know Tyler Tank is taking notes on what Tyler Lindsay's doing and try to better anticipate things, but Tyler Lindsay's done a really nice job on these starts so far, and if he can keep that up, he can keep control of this race.
Yeah, Tyler Tank is, well, the kid can be a weapon if he wants to. Since you haven't used the joke all night, I will. The car's fast. It's going to be interesting to watch how the line develops, though. We are starting to see a little bit of that dark gray color start to come in about the midway point at each end of the speedway. These drivers are going to have to get down to the inside or way up on the outside the later we go in this race.
And at that point, we'll see who's kind of set up better to roll the bottom and who's maybe set up better to make time on the high side. It seemed like, thinking back to last year, the bottom is where this race was won. Wonder if that's going to be the case once again. Still with a long way to go, though. 67 and about 20 or so laps until our halfway fuel stop. So a lot can still happen, without a doubt.
Yeah, that's one of the big things. Even if they get a nice green flag run going, the latest they'll go before they see the caution flag is going to be lap number 60. We could be looking at a maximum of 25, 27 laps. Depending on where that comes, that really changes your thought process too if you're one of the mid to deeper in the pack drivers, because you're going to have, 10, possibly 12 fewer laps to get to the front.
Yeah, without a doubt. And one thing you also kind of think of, Chris, is the fact that, once attrition kind of sets in and we get the field narrowed down from 25 to about 16, 17, the second half of this race, you would think we'll see more green flag runs than the first half of this race. So that could also play a big factor into what happens as we get down to the end of this thing, but still 67 laps to go. That might have been Tyler Lindsay's best start yet. Off to turn number 1. He might bring Bobby Butler with him. Butler and Tank going to be side by side for second. Tank going to try and pull up to the back bumper, run the high side coming out of turn number 4. He'll clear Bobby Butler. Now Robert Pierce going to try and challenge for that third spot. But the front 4 now all get it singled out. Tyler Tank running that high line. Everybody else behind him on the bottom. Oh, trouble, turn 4, one car into the tires. That's Stone Keller. And that started when there was contact. I want to say it was he and the 54 of Jacob Severin. It might have been the 4B of Mike Butler. They got together in the middle of turns 3 and 4. And Keller clipped that middle set of tires there in turns 3 and 4 and came to a stop right in front of that next set of tires. That's a tough break for the driver from Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, who started this race from 5th, had a great effort going, but now is going to fall all the way to the tail.
Yeah, Stone Keller had a pretty good run going so far tonight. This is where, though, like we said, we're getting towards the midpoint of the race. If you're going to go, you got to go now. Mike Butler is the first driver I've seen that is really trying to bang the boards down in turns 3 and 4, doing a little bit of it at the 1 and 2 end of the racetrack, but he's trying to find that little bit of extra speed.
I'll tell you what, Mike Butler's had a great drive, but I am very, very impressed with the guy directly in front of him. Dominic Foster from Bel Air, Maryland. He's a youngster. I think this is his first year running 600s. He's run up through the ranks here at Airport in 125s and in the sportsman division here, but running this 600, he was so sporty last night in the showdown, had a third place finish in that race, and he's driven his way. He stayed out of trouble, first of all, but he's driven from 15th to 6th, and I don't know, Chris, that $30 card could be money by the end of the night.
There you go. There's the bad puns we want to hear. Field's getting doubled up here. I'll tell you what, Bobby Butler hasn't gone anywhere. He's going to restart this race in third. Keep your eye on Corey Anderson right behind him as well. There has not been a more aggressive driver on the restarts tonight than Corey Anderson.
See if that holds true here as Tyler Lindsay leads us back to the green flag. Another big restart. Butler's going to clear tank. Maybe coming through turn number 2. Yes, he will. Butler got a great drive. In fact, he's going to challenge for the lead to turn number 3. Oh, but he slides it in there. And Tank's going to get back under. That might open the door for Robert Pierce to make the pass back to third. He does just that. So Bobby Butler has his best restart of the race so far. Has a bobble in the middle of turn 3. Has to check up and loses all his track position. He's back to 4th. Corey Anderson directly behind with Dominic Foster in tow, 5th and 6th. The front two, though, are checking out in front. Tyler Lindsay, your leader. No challenge for the time being with Tyler Tank running 2nd. They've each got about a 5-car length gap back to Robert Pierce, who runs in 3rd with Bobby Butler breathing down his black and white tail tank off to turn number 1. Side-by-side battling further in the field. LeVar Scott on the outside. That's around the outskirts of the top 10. Tyler Lindsay just ran the fastest lap of this race so far, out in front on lap number 40, and he is checking out back to turn number 1. He did it again. A 10.902 for Tyler Lindsay. That time around, the gap is up to 1.49 seconds. But it won't be long before he hits lap traffic. Still a ways to go till our fuel stop. At least 12 or 15 more laps. So Tyler Lindsay got to hang on for right now. But that car is singing out in front as he rips it out of turn number 2. Still no change. 3rd on back. Bobby Butler continued to put the pressure on Robert Pierce. Drive to the bottom off turn number 4. But Pierce continues to hold the spot in 3rd. Corey Anderson directly behind, Dominic Foster and Jake Severin in tow. Oh, 1 car around in front of the leader, and Lindsay got collected. Brendan Hires went around, and Tyler Lindsay had nowhere to go. Unbelievable.
I watched that whole thing develop from the opposite end of the racetrack. Hires got caught up. He was probably the 3rd or 4th car that got looped around in that. Unfortunately, he came to a stop right in front of Tyler Lindsay, and that 46 had nowhere to go.
That was the worst possible timing that Tyler Lindsay could have imagined. Right as he was coming up on the back of the field, and he's shaking his head under the flag stand. He cannot believe that just happened as Brendan Hires went around in front of him and just stopped, and Lindsay tried to take evasive action. But by that point, Chris, you're in the middle of the corner, you're committed, it's too late. There's nothing you can do, and it might have just cost him this race.
To say this probably cost Tyler Lindsay the race is an understatement. We're not seeing the attrition numbers. Even if we get deep in this race, Tyler Lindsay's going to need a lot of help to get back towards the front.
Wow, that is unbelievable. The fastest car in the field, without a doubt, through the first 45 laps of this race, now has a ton of work to do. It's going to restart somewhere in the 18th, 19th-ish range. And at this point, I mean, what is the game plan for Tyler Lindsay? I mean, it's go like crazy at this point. Try to make up some spots probably to the halfway break. See if you can get yourself maybe at least inside the top 15. But, I mean, it's going to be really, really tough for Tyler Lindsay at this point, even with how fast his car is. And now you've got another pretty fast car in Tyler Tank in clean air out in front. We saw how he was able to pull away from Robert Pierce. It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, we're seeing the evolution of this race take place. There's going to be comers and goers the entire time. The question becomes who's the comer right at the end of the race when it's go time. Right now, you can make up some ground. You can lose a little. We've seen Bobby Butler, Corey Anderson. They've both been okay on the restarts. Not nearly as quick as Lindsay and Tank were. But now you're getting to the point where they got to go.
Some guys worth keeping an eye on that have driven their way through the field. Jake Severin, 22nd to 6th. LeVar Scott, 25th to 8th. Aiden Borden, 24th to 10th. As Tyler Tank, for the first time all night, restarts with the lead. Back to turn number 1. He's able to get clear. The battle's on side by side. Bobby Butler and Robert Pierce into turn number 3. Whoa, Anderson and Severin got together. That opened door for Foster to get by. And a crash.
You can park there.
Right behind Tyler Lindsay, it started. Eddie Delaponte got turned around. Chilmonic is over there. Stone Keller is involved, and I think there's one other car there, Chris. Is it Zach Weisenflue?
I'm walking out here to take a look. I believe it is Zach Weisenflue. He's already got the wheel out. Quite frankly, he looks pretty pissed. Stone Keller, very, very frustrated. That car looks iffy at best that he's going to be able to continue here.
Yeah, Weisenflue's hopped out of that thing, or at least hopped out the top, and he does not look too thrilled. Tough to tell exactly how that started. I just looked up, Chris, and I saw the pile at the back. I saw that happen right behind where Tyler Lindsay was running. I don't know if he had anything to do with it or if that just kind of stacked up behind him.
It's been kind of the same kind of incident several times tonight here. The issue happens, it really started with Corey Anderson getting a little bit sideways, and it just bottled the field up. We've got a ton of cars still out here on the racetrack, and this thing is, it's slick. This is not easy for them to get around.
Yeah, that is kind of where it all started there in turn 3 when Corey Anderson slid up high just a little bit, and it's just like that accordion effect, and it's like you see at any bullring in the country, whether it's dirt, pavement, whatever it is. When there's a stack up and something happens at the front of the field, it can go all the way back 10, 15 cars back, but eventually all that energy and that accordion, it's going to break somewhere.
Yeah, and looking at Stone Keller's car here, the front is jacked up. Front left is definitely garbage. The rear of the car is jacked up under, basically sitting on top of Zach Weisenflue's car. So they may have to get Keller's car picked up just to get him moved off the racetrack.
We're right now at lap 46. 46 laps completed, 54 to go. So not quite within our window to have the halfway fuel stop yet. At least we don't believe. But this could be. It looks like I think they've gotten those two cars detached, haven't they, Chris?
Yeah, both of the cars are separated down here. Zach Weisenflue firing his car up. He wants to get moving. He looks like he's done to be done. I mean, the car's helmet's hanging on the side of the race car.
I think he's trying to take it off the speedway and get out of harm's way. Well, he didn't flip tonight, thankfully, but still not the night that Zach Weisenflue was hoping for at the back. He got caught up in one of those earlier incidents and just never quite could rebound. And Stone Keller, a night that started off so great for him, has kind of turned into a disaster here, not necessarily of his own making.
Yeah, also seeing issues down here for Addie Delaponte. She's climbed out of the race car. They're going to put her up on the hook. Take a look here. Addie having some kind of a discussion here with the race officials. Also, the 42 coming to a stop out here on the back straightaway as well.
Yeah, Kyle Melvin, who we saw go up and over in turn number 4, was able to continue on. Was running 14th. Now he's coming to a stop, and looks like he's going to be able to continue.
Addie Delaponte getting back into the race car. Looks like she's going to be pushed off the racing surface, however. Her night may be done as well. This is exactly what Tyler Lindsay wanted to see. He needs to see the attrition if he's going to get back up towards the front of the field. The problem is it can't be the cars that are behind him.
Yeah, he was able to get past some of those cars on the restart, but yeah, he needs some of that attrition to happen in front of him, and then be able to miss it. That's going to be the goal for Tyler Lindsay. And I think back to last year for Lindsay, and he started near the back half of the field and had worked his way up inside the top 5 and then got tangled up in an incident late in the race, didn't have time to rebound. You know, I know we were kind of writing the eulogy for Tyler Lindsay a few minutes ago, Chris, but if you're going to have an incident or something go wrong, it happened early enough in the race where there's at least still hope for Tyler Lindsay at this point with still 54 laps to go.
Hopes and prayers are great and wonderful, but they don't make for race wins. You still got to be able to get the thing up towards the front. Seeing Eddie De La Ponte's car going off the racetrack. Stone Keller still sitting here in the infield. I'm really interested to see what comes of the halftime break, or at least the fuel stop when we get to it. It's going to be interesting to see what they're doing to these race cars at the halfway point.
Yeah, and one other thing, Chris, that I noticed during that last green flag run, and I want to get your take on, this track is starting to slick up a little bit, starting to get a little bit dusty. The grip's starting to go away. That's something these teams have to take into account, too, for the end of this race, is this track's going to continue to lose grip as the night goes on.
Yeah, as I take a look down here at the turns 3 and 4 end of the racetrack, seeing LeVar Scott getting way up on the outside. They're trying to get that stuff blown off, but they are definitely slicking this racetrack off. It's cold, though. I don't know how much rubber they're laying down. They're just drying it out.
One other thing I wonder, Chris, and this might be tough to do up against the wall. I know we're coming to green here. Is LeVar Scott trying to cool his tires up there in some of that dirt that's up there?
I honestly don't know. The car seems like it's had some issues under acceleration. Fields off the floor, green's back out. We're underway. Bobby Butler did not go.
Yeah, Tyler Tank got a good start off the corner and kind of ran Bobby Butler out of room there. He had his choice of where he wanted to go. He got out in front. Butler still with time. Oh, around goes Severn in turn number 4, and that was another stack up, Chris, that started. Robert Pierce and Dominic Foster were battling, and Jacob Severn just had nowhere to go as it all funneled down coming out of turn 4.
Yeah, it's almost like it goes back to Bobby Butler not getting a great jump on the restart. The car didn't go. It stacks everybody up. The incidents aren't happening right away. They're happening a lap or so later, because everybody's still bottled up and trying to get themselves sorted out.
So a tough break for Jacob Severn. He is going to be tagging on to the back of the field after a great drive through the field. 22nd is where he started this race, and he'd gotten to as high as 5th. Car certainly had speed, and you remember earlier in the night, I mean, he started up front. He was in position to win that earlier heat race and had the issue of some sort. The car just didn't go on the restart. He had to come through the B main, but just kind of one of those situations where he really hasn't been able to catch much of a break tonight.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of an interesting storyline to keep up with here as we get to the halfway point. Which of those drivers advance out of the B, out of the last chance qualifier? How are they faring tonight? We talked a lot about the cars that are up front, but there's a lot of great racing that has been going on a little bit deeper in the field, too.
Chris, real quickly, I'll ask you this. Can LeVar Scott go from worst to first to win this thing? He's up to 5th.
You're damn right he can. The kid's an absolute rock star, and he's going to have a shot here. Restarting on the inside, those inside restarts are going to be really important.
That was a good restart from Bobby Butler back to turn 1. He may take the lead away coming out of turn number 2. He does. Bobby Butler to the front. Oh, but caution. Is it going to come back?
Yellow drink.
There, we both got it in.
Yes. You can hear the officials' radios. I cannot. I wonder if that was a jump on Bobby Butler.
That's what they're discussing up here. I do believe that's what they call the jump on Bobby Butler. That is big because that was his best restart that he's had since the last time he took the lead away on the restart from the front row and then gave it back in turn 4. So I guarantee you Bobby Butler's probably not thrilled with that call, but he's got to try and do it again now from the outside of Tyler Tank.
Yeah, he's doing the wheel stands and everything else. Bobby Butler's hot under the collar there. Hot as the cup of that Homestead coffee on the side of the car.
I think he was a little hot under the collar from the last restart as well when Tyler Tank kind of ran him up the track a little bit. We'll see what happens this time. Oh, he did it again. And Tank gets through, and around goes Pearson to stack up. And that all started, Chris, when Tyler Tank came up in front of Bobby Butler. Butler had to jam on the brakes, and there was nowhere for Robert Pierce to go. He got turned around in the aftermath. I guarantee you if Bobby Butler was hot before, he's going to be on fire now.
You were having trouble coming up with something hotter than hot.
It happens.
Taking a look down here, looks like both of those cars are going to be good to go here. Looks like one of the track workers kind of going ass over tea kettle down here. She's up and good to go. Trying to get the tires reset. Stone Keller's car getting towed off the racetrack as well. Yeah, this is going to get very, very interesting here the deeper we get in this race.
This has become interesting with these two on the front row. And the reason I brought that up, Chris, is I saw under that caution period after that first restart where Tyler Tank ran Bobby Butler up a little bit that he kind of came up alongside Tyler on the backstretch and said, you know, hey, what are we doing here? I guarantee you if he's not going to lift every single time. There might be contact here before too long.
It would not surprise me one bit to see contact here out of those two. A little bit too early for the right side romance.
Well, we'll see. Still 47 complete, 53 to go. Oh, he won't be able to squeeze him up this time. Oh, he did a little bit, though. Tank was able to clear. I thought Butler was going to have a shot there back to turn number 1, but Tyler Tank gets through, and now Bobby Butler going back to work in turn number 3, and here comes LeVar Scott. Oh, he jumped the cushion, and Mike Butler got bottled up behind him. That was a mess back to turn number 1. Somehow they all sorted out. The front 3 get away. Tyler Tank, Bobby Butler, and Dominic Foster running in position number 3. Side by side, the battle's on. Corey Anderson, LeVar Scott, and where did Jordan Tittle come from?
Trouble towards the back of the pack for Aiden Borden. That car very, very slow through turns 1 and 2. He's going to pull it off, try to get it down here into the infield. He's able to get the car off the racetrack. We'll stay green.
Caution is out now. Caution is out as Aiden Borden pulls to the infield. And as that was happening, Chris, Bobby Butler had another moment in turn number 3, had to catch the car, lost his momentum, and allowed Dominic Foster to get past and take over the runner-up position. So now it's Dominic Foster in second behind Tyler Tank with 50 down and 50 to go. And we'll now see if race officials decide to make this the halfway break. And it does sound like that's going to be the case here. Yes, they're going to bring the field to a stop. This is going to be right at halfway, the halfway fuel stop. 50 laps down, 50 laps to go. And Tyler Tank is your leader. Dominic Foster second. Bobby Butler, Corey Anderson third and fourth. And LeVar Scott completes your top 5. That was wild, Chris Graham. How was it from down in the infield?
This has been abject insanity here. LeVar Scott climbing out of his race car. Tyler Tank also climbing out of his. Both of those cars have looked pretty good tonight here. I think all the drivers are going to come out. They're going to give them 2 to 3-ish per car is kind of what they were talking about. They're not looking to enforce a hard limit on the number of people to work on the car. They don't want, the grandstands to empty or anything. But these drivers are definitely going to have a chance to make some adjustments. First thing they're going to do is start on the fuel here for Tyler Tank. Looks like we're going to have about 7 minutes or so left on the clock. Teams can make some air pressure adjustments if they want to. They can't take the tires off the car. If they take anything off and put it back on, they got to go to the back. If a tire is changed, that's the end of the night.
Yeah, that's the one big change from a year ago. The fact that you cannot change a tire unless it's flat, which I don't think applies to anybody that's still out here right now. So you don't have that option to fall back on. You would have to start around 15th, 16th if that were the case. But no one's going to have that option this year around.
Standing down here alongside Bobby Butler, we're going to try to get a quick word in with him here. We described you as hot as the Homestead coffee on the side of the car here. You look pretty pissed out there. Is that just with how the restarts were going and Tyler sliding up the racetrack?
Yeah, there's not really leaving me much room, but it's part of it. You know, I just got to figure it out. I'll get him.
That's confident, man. He looked me dead in the face and said, I'm going to get him. Let's see. Let's talk to LeVar. Good God. This has been a damn night already. How's the car feel, bud? It looks like it almost like wants to bog down on corner exit a little bit. How's it feeling from behind the wheel?
Yeah, we're having some really, really bad injection issues right now, but I mean, we're still trucking. We're trying our best to see what happens, but the car's really tight. But I want to let the track go and see if the track can stick up and be fast in the end. So we're just going to leave it and just try to stick with the injection issues.
All right, buddy. Good luck the rest of the way here. Let's slide back. We'll see if we can talk to... We're going to try to find Tyler Lindsay back here. I have no idea where Tyler Lindsay disappeared to. Okay, I'm hearing the voices in my ear telling me he's up towards the front of the field. Oh, I got him. Yep, I got him. Down here chatting with Aiden Borden. Take a look here. Tyler, you don't look nearly as happy as when we talked earlier tonight. How's the car now after that incident? Do you think you have anything to get back to the front?
Yeah, I think I'll be all right. It's just surviving this middle of the pack stuff that's really my main concern right now.
Going forward, do you make any changes, adjustments-wise, to the car to try to get through that, or are you just too quick the way you're set up now?
I'm not too sure. I've only got a couple of minutes to figure it out, but we'll get something done.
All right, buddy. Good luck. Thank you. Chat up here, Aiden Borden. What happened there? The car looked decent, and then all of a sudden you're parked in the infield here hanging out with us.
My motor blew up.
That's not good.
Nah. I ran from 24th to 8th, and the motor just left on the lap before the fuel stop.
At this point now, I guess it's a matter of get ready for Tulsa. Is that kind of the next show that you're thinking here?
Yeah, we need a motor for Tulsa. I don't know how we're going to get one, but we got to find one somehow.
All right, people, you're watching on YouTube. We're going to fundraise the shit out of this. We're getting Aiden Borden a motor so he can go to Tulsa. He's got unfinished business out there after last year. I don't know if it's a GoFundMe. Anything that we get tonight in Super Chats, we're giving to Aiden Borden to get a motor put in that race car. Let's see. Who else do we want to bother down here? Let's see if we can get a word in here. Quick word with PJ Williams. This car's been good. You've been fast. Had a couple of issues so far. Do you think you can get back to the front?
Yeah, we can get there. I mean, we've done it before. We're marching our way forward here. I'm just a little bit too tight here, so we're going to free her up and see if I can't get underneath anybody and march our way to the forward. So we'll be good here this last 50, and we'll see how it plays out.
All right, bud, thank you very much here. Seeing the drivers start to climb back into the race cars. Casey, a lot of storylines starting to develop down here. What's some of the biggest ones you're thinking from there up top, where it's warm?
Yes, it is a lot warmer, first of all. I think, well, I mean, it's going to be really interesting. I mean, we talked about it, and I texted you last night, Chris, and I said the story could be Tyler Tank, his dominance over the past 6-7 weeks here at Airport, and or 6-7 races, I should say, dating back to September. And here he is. I mean, he drove his way through it. It seemed relatively easy from 11th to 2nd. The misfortune for Tyler Lindsay, obviously, now here he is at the front. it's going to be hard to hang on for all 50 laps, but certainly there is no hotter driver here at the Airport Speedway than Tyler Tank in terms of what he's been able to do behind the wheel over the past couple of months. But then on the outside, you've got Dominic Foster, who, you know, with all due respect, I think a lot of people would have had picked as an underdog, maybe, if that, to contend for this thing. And yet here he is. He was third last night, had an excellent run. He started 15th, and all of a sudden, he's up here on the outside of the front row, halfway home through this race with a real chance to win this thing.
Yeah, actually, we're standing alongside Dominic's car right now, talking things over with the crew. See if we can't sneak a quick word in here. Dominic, where the hell did you come from? This thing's got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I'm just rolling on the bottom, going with everybody else. I'm not pushing it too much. We got plenty of laps. I'm just going with what I got, and hopefully we're there in the end.
All right, bud, I have no idea what the hell he just said. All I heard was fuzz in my ears. Hopefully you guys got that. The car seems pretty good. This one's going to be a lot of fun to watch here. I'm interested to see what Tyler Tank can do. This has got to be semi-unique territory for a guy like Dominic Foster. He's got some big names that he's driving around.
I'll tell you what he said, Chris. What he said was that he feels like he really hasn't used much of the car up yet, and if that's the case, that might be bad news for Tyler Tank. If he feels like he's been conserving a little bit and hasn't, burned the right rear off that thing or has kept the tires under him, he could have a real legit chance at this thing, certainly from the outside of the front row, but you don't want to count out either of the Butler boys, Bobby and Mike, who's put himself well in contention as well. Corey Anderson has just been rock steady inside the top 5 all race. And LeVar Scott,
actually, yeah, I'm down here with Corey Anderson. Tell you what, Corey, you've been really aggressive on the restarts, trying to get this thing up to the front. You don't have much further to go.
Yeah, I was just trying to save the tire for the first half here, and we're a little loose. We tightened it up, but I think we got something for him at the end.
All right, there you go. He's getting the helmet on here real quick. This is going to be fun to watch. There's a unique mix of experienced drivers, some veterans drivers, young guys. There's a lot going on here still.
Yeah, you could say that. There's a lot going on down there. And what's interesting, Chris, is, behind the first 3 rows or so, everybody behind has had some sort of incident tonight or some sort of issue that they've been involved in. I mean, P.J. Williams, I think, is driven from last to 10th about 4 times. Connor Gross has gotten caught up in an incident or 2. He's right up there, back for the first time in a couple of months after having mono. You've got Kyle Melvin, who was on his lid, and he's still right at the outside of the top 10. So, I mean, all these guys from about Mike Butler on back have had some sort of incident tonight and have just kept clawing. And, here they are. You never know. If things get crazy, it ain't over yet for them.
Yeah, our unofficial count has P.J. Williams passing 14,000 race cars tonight. He's got a little bit more to go here, but now that we've started to see some of the attrition come into account, especially Aiden Borden grenading a motor like that, we may see more of that here as we get into the second half of this thing. Especially now that they've had this break. I mean, you can see these cars are all blowing a ton of smoke out as they get them refired. These motors have gone back. They're cold.
Without a doubt, yes. They are very cold indeed, and it's going to be very interesting to see what all unfolds on that front. And if we do see any more issues, I mean, you think about Aiden Borden, well, his problem, that was really, aside from Wayne Scott, that was the first problem for anyone we've seen right around the halfway mark. Is it a sign of things to come? We'll see.
Let's also not forget here, typical feature length race is anywhere from 25 to maybe 30 laps. We've still got 2 full features left to go here in this thing. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, this is where, being in good shape as a driver and being physically fit, it comes into play here for sure over a course of a 100-lap race. I remember watching back last year, and Wayne Scott, who finished third after the race, he said, man, my arms were falling off by the end of this thing. Like, 100 laps takes a lot out of you. And, certainly that's something that's going to be interesting to keep in mind here. You don't want to have a fast car, but you're running up front. and be too tired to seal the deal over the final 20 or 25 laps.
Yeah, the cold affects everybody. I'm watching our cameraman extraordinaire Bizzle up here, like, limbering up, doing the stretching exercises. The kid weighs like 95 pounds, so he's probably frozen from head to toe at this point. But it does. I mean, the officials, everybody here is being affected by the temperatures and by the cold here. It's going to come into play in a big way, and that physical fitness that you talked about, that cannot be understated how important that's going to be late in this race.
Yeah, Bizzle's my hero for the night, without a doubt, with what he's been doing out there all evening, braving the elements, while I'm sitting up here in a room temperature booth with a sweatshirt on. So, Tyler Tank, with 50 down and 50 to go, is your leader, but can he hang on? Certainly that's the question, and certainly it's not going to come without a challenge, but his newest challenger is going to be the youngster, the teenager from Bel Air, Maryland, Dominic Foster. In the $30 car, he started 15th, and over the course of those first 50 laps, worked his way up to the second position. I mean, think about it, Chris. It's funny. You know, we know it's a long race. You can work your way through the field. But if I had told you that the front row for this restart after the halfway break both would have started outside the top 10, especially with the guys that we had starting near the front of the field, I don't think you would have believed me.
Yeah, that was one of the big storylines that we talked about going into this. Was we had 4 studs on the front row of this thing. Outside of Bobby Butler, they're nowhere to be found at this point. This race has taken on an entirely different complexion than we might have expected. It's going to continue to evolve as we continue here. They're going to give them a few laps under caution here to try to get some heat back in the motors, but even things like the tires glazing over, how the outside lane develops, the more that this track sits, the colder it gets, the more you're going to see this place really start to slicken off. We could be in for some fireworks here late in this one.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. While we have the opportunity under caution, let's give you as close to a full field rundown as we can for the cars still running as we're halfway home through this thing. It is Tyler Tank. He's your leader. Dominic Foster is second. Bobby Butler runs in third. Corey Anderson is fourth. LeVar Scott is fifth. Then it is Jordan Tittle running in sixth. P.J. Williams up to seventh. Mike Butler is eighth. Connor Gross is ninth. Kyle Melvin is 10th. Tyler Lindsay is 11th. Angelo Karupis is 12th. Then the 54 of Jake Severin is 13th. The X of Brendan Hires is 14th. Robert Pierce is 15th. Patrick Chomanik is 16th. And John Vreeland is 17th. Those are the 17 cars, 17 of 25 starters still running as we're halfway home.
Looks like we're not seeing any issues out of the drivers getting these things fired back up and up to at least trying to run them through the rev range a little bit. But that'll be something to watch develop as the restarts get going here. I don't think we can count out LeVar Scott. He talked about they're having some injection issues. The motor is not doing what he wants it to, but he's still in fifth place. And the way that this race has run in kind of fits and starts, that's not necessarily the worst scenario for him.
No doubt about it. He's been up about as high, almost to third position early on in this race. Had that little moment in turn 4 where he lost a little bit of time in a couple spots, but if you've got the last name Scott here at the Airport Speedway, you cannot be counted out. That's without a doubt. LeVar Scott, what a drive he's already put on from 25th to 5th. Almost equally as impressive Jordan Tittle from 21st to 6th as we're ready to come back to the green flag. 50 down, 50 to go, no more fuel stop. So what's going to happen? Dominic Foster's going to take the lead back to turn number 1. That's what's going to happen as they race off turn 2. What a restart from Foster. He's got the top spot as they come out of turn 4.
Oh, 3 wide off of turn 4 that time. We talked about things are going to get hot and heavy. It's go time now.
It is go time, and Dominic Foster is gone. He has gapped Tyler Tank by about 4 car lengths. Bobby Butler's up to the 3rd spot now. And that is Jordan Tittle working his way up to fourth. He's not out of this thing either as Corey Anderson runs fifth. One car fading back through the field is LeVar Scott, who restarted in fifth and is all the way back to the outskirts of the top 10, battling Connor Gross and Tyler Lindsay. But it's Dominic Foster. Caution! One car clobbered a tire in turn 2. There was another car spinning. Patrick Shilmonic was the one that went around, and somehow there is a tire that came detached that is all the way in the middle of the backstretch.
That is absolute carnage to an infield tire. That's about as hard as you can hit one of those things. In fact, it threw it past the next set of tires. I don't know who hit it. Looks like everybody's continuing in a straight line here.
I thought it was Chilmonic at first, but he was behind, it looked like, where that tire got hit. I have not a clue. That is, that's bizarre. I've heard about orange cone abuse. Maybe we need to start something for the infield tractor tires. My goodness, that was...
Usually those things jump out and bite you and kick your ass. Not tonight, man. We're just going to launch over them. How about P.J. Williams, though? My count has him up to 7 right now. Math is not exactly my strong suit. But he had a heck of a restart. Tyler Lindsay looks like he's going to restart about 10th. Slowly make ground up. If you're Tyler Lindsay, you've got a ton of cars to pass. You're going to get some yellow help to try to bring that, to close the gaps in on the race leaders.
Yeah, that's the best thing he can hope for, but he's got potentially the ailing car of LeVar Scott, who really fell on that restart, now in the 8th position directly in front of him. No doubt Lindsay's got the speed. Can he work his way to the front? Right now, though, it's Dominic Foster from Bel Air, Maryland. He took the lead away from Tyler Tank on the restart. Now he's got 47 more laps to try and see if he can hang on out in front. It's he and Tank on row 1, then Butler and Tittle in row 2. Green flag back waving, and another good start from Foster. He's going to clear Tank back to turn number 1. Side by side, here comes Bobby Butler on the inside of Tyler Tank. Try to pin him behind Foster. Nearly contact further back as they all stacked up coming out of turn number 4, but they're still side by side. Coming out of turn number 2, Tyler Tank gonna shut the door on Bobby Butler as they race off the corner. Dominic Foster, though, continues out in front. He's got 3 car lengths over Tyler Tank. LeVar Scott working his way back in the picture. He's worked up back to the 5th position now. Big restart for Scott. He's bringing P.J. Williams with him. And don't look now, but Tyler Lindsay's following him through the field as well. Dominic Foster is going to get up to the back of the lap car. Evangelou Karopis put him a lap down. In the meantime,
what a move by P.J. Williams. He just went 2 or 3 for 1. Slow. That may be Corey Anderson slowing up against the backstretch retaining wall.
Corey Anderson with the problem. Not sure what exactly started that, but yeah, that car slowed to a stop. Looked like there was something maybe mechanically wrong with it.
Yeah, they're kind of leaning on the front. Not sure if that's motor contact that happened at the front, but Corey Anderson is not a happy man behind the wheel of that race car right now. I'll tell you what, though, P.J. Williams, high, wide, and handsome. Through turns 3 and 4 a couple of laps ago. This is going to get exciting if they're going to find some grip up there.
Yeah, that was high, wide, and handsome, but I'm not entirely sure it was by design. It cost him that position to Tyler Lindsay, who has now worked his way up to 6th, and he still has 42 laps to go. You know, Tyler, he was pretty calm when you interviewed him down there at that halfway break. Chris, I think we know why now. He knew he has a rocket ship under him, and he's kept it out of trouble. And although he's not where he wants to be yet, he's getting back to within striking distance, which, you know, coming down to the end of this race with 15, 20 laps to go, all you can ask for is a chance. And it looks like, if nothing else happens, Tyler Lindsay's going to have that chance.
Yeah, he's younger than I am, so I can call him a kid all I want. He may have sounded calm. He looked very, very intense. He knows that he had a job ahead of him. Now that he's going to have a chance to get that job done, he's going to be a lot of fun to watch here. But I still can't get over Dominic Foster. This kid's been the badass on the starts.
Coming back to the green flag, this time by Dominic Foster and Tyler Tank on the front row. Can Foster get away again? Yes, but here comes Bobby Butler to the inside. He's going to slide in front of Tyler Tank and take over second, and Tank clips one of those tires trying to get back at him. That nearly sent Tyler Tank for a ride. He's going to fall back in line in third. Here comes LeVar Scott to the inside of Jordan Tittle. That's for the fourth spot in turn number one. Tyler Lindsay right there behind as the front two try to get away. That was a big move from Bobby Butler. He was not taking no for an answer that time to get around Tyler Tank. And now he's going to work on the youngster, Dominic Foster, out in front. He's not letting him get away by more than about 2 car lengths. Tank runs in third. Tittle is fourth. Then Scott and Lindsay, fifth and sixth. Mike Butler, PJ Williams still lurking back there as well. But it's single file for the time being around the bottom. And Bobby Butler is not letting Dominic Foster get away on this restart. The gap is about 2 car lengths with 37 laps to go.
Watching Butler and Foster drive this track, they're staying close, but they are 2 completely different lines these guys are taking on entry and exit to the corners.
Yeah, Butler seems to do a really nice job getting up off the corner. That's where he seems to make a lot of his time. Getting up in and getting up off. Foster can get through the center a little better by the looks of it. LeVar Scott has worked his way past Jordan Tittle into the fourth spot. He'll now go to work on Tyler Tank for third. A few car lengths behind the 2 race leaders. Tyler Lindsay running back in position number 6, but not able to make any inroads as we've got 1 car slowing in turn 2. It's Kyle Melvin, and LeVar Scott goes for a slide in turn 2. Right as the caution was about to come out, he goes around, and now LeVar Scott might have just seen his chances to win this race go up in smoke. We'll see what race officials decide. If the caution was out before Scott went around, they may give him his spot back, but it was pretty close, Chris. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that'll be one you'll have to listen for on the officials' radio channels here. It looks like Scott is making his way up towards the front of the field. He wants to get back in line behind Tyler Tank. We'll see how what the timing and scoring system and the officials have to say about that one.
Yeah, still waiting to hear official word from up here. Jordan Tittle doesn't want to let him in, that's for sure. If he's got anything to say about it.
Well, at this point, I mean, we're late enough in this race that you really can't give up the spot, especially if it's going to change what lane you restart in. If you want to be on the bottom, you cannot give that spot up if it's going to push you to the outside.
Well, LeVar Scott has moved back into his fourth restarting position, and I haven't heard anything from the race officials to suggest that he's not supposed to be up there, so it looks like he will get his spot back. I'm also not sure he ever came to a stop. That may have something to do with it as well. He kind of went for a slide there in turn 2, but he kind of just kept the rear tires lighted going through the mud. I don't think he ever came to a complete stop, and it looks like, yes, he will get his spot back on the outside of row 2, so he's still in this thing with 34 to go.
Tyler Lindsay going to restart this one from the 6th position. The one to keep an eye on, though, is Bobby Butler. He was not able to clear Tyler Tank when he was restarting second. Is he going to be able to play some of the games here with Foster? Tank's got a lot of years in these cars. He knew to kind of force Butler up towards the outside wall. We'll see if Foster's going to be able to do the same thing.
That's the question. Will Dominic Foster know to do the same thing? Will he try to do the same thing, or will he maybe be a little more lenient to Bobby Butler? And could that cost him the lead on the restart? We've seen Butler already take the lead away a couple times tonight from the outside. We're about to find out with 34 laps to go. Dominic Foster and Bobby Butler lead us down. That was a good start from Butler. They'll be side by side at turn number 1. Bobby Butler going to go around the high side, but trouble. Crash. Turn 1 is coming back. Robert Pierce, Connor Gross, and Corey Anderson all in a dog pile over there in turn 1.
Robert Pierce bounced his way from about the 1/2 mark down the front straightaway until he finally came to a stop in turn number 1. Corey Anderson's hot down there. He's pretty pissed. At this point, to the two guys that are down there, you can't park there. What else goes on from here? Pierce is getting a look over from some of the track officials on the back straightaway. You can tell the intensity is really starting to ratchet up down here.
Yeah, no doubt about that. These drivers are getting a little hot under the collar without a doubt. And being inside these cars running 66 laps, that'll do that to you, especially when your night hasn't gone the way that you wish it would have or thought it had a chance to. For Corey Anderson, he was up inside the top 5 for most of the first half of this race, and since then things haven't quite gone the way of the Malika Hill, New Jersey native.
Taking a look at the comments here, somebody's saying that we need to give Bizzle a raise or a coffee. Maybe we can work on one of those two. Mike McCullen says he needs a shot or two of whiskey. No whiskey here yet. Westshire thinks Bizzle's already had a few. There is no whiskey inside of Bizzle yet. That may happen later tonight. At this point, we are now past 11 o'clock in the evening. We've been on the air for 27 hours, it feels like, and we still have 154 people watching. You people are freaking rock stars. Thank you very much for hanging out with us tonight.
I will wholeheartedly second what Chris Graham just said. And I don't know, if we can start raising super chats for Aiden Bourne's motor, maybe we can start with super chats to give Bizzle a raise as well.
That's assuming he's getting paid at all. There is no guarantee of that tonight.
Fair point. Fair point.
He's a cheap date. We can pay him at a couple of Guinness and a shot of whiskey, and he falls over.
I don't even know how to follow that. Let's just get back to what's going on the racetrack. Dominic Foster and Bobby Butler going to be back on the front row. And Chris, I'll tell you, Bobby Butler did what he had to do on that restart. He got around the outside of Dominic Foster and looked like he'd be poised to take the lead away. I wonder now, what did Dominic learn from that he can use and maybe use to his advantage on this next restart?
Yeah, that one we're going to have to see as this kind of develops here. I don't know. Foster's been so darn good tonight. It's going to be interesting to watch and see what he can accomplish up here. Bobby Butler's been quick, but he's not quick enough to clear him through 1 and 2.
That's going to be the key. And then the next key is going to be making sure the lap gets completed, because Bobby Butler has a couple times tonight taken the lead away and then had to go back because we go back to the count back, the last completed green flag lap. So can he do it here? Let's see. Or can Dominic Foster hang on? And don't count out Tyler Tank and LeVar Scott, who run on row 2. Here we go. Oh, that was another good start from Butler. They'll be side by side. Foster slides high, wheel to wheel, down the back stretch and into turn number 3. They both send it in there. Both slide up the racetrack. Butler's going to power off the high side to take the lead. Whoa! That was wicked in turn 3. And Bobby Butler leads with 32 laps to go this time around. Both drivers send it into turn number 3. And I wasn't sure either were going to make the corner. I thought they'd wind up in the next state over, but they able to hang on. And Bobby Butler, by 3 car lengths now, opens the gap over Dominic Foster, who's got 2 more. Back to Tyler Tank in 3rd, and Tyler Lindsay's coming. He's up to 4th. LeVar Scott running 5th. PJ Williams in the 6th spot. Battle's going to be on as Lindsay ran a little bit high out of turn number 4, opened the door for LeVar Scott to try and make something happen. But still, at the front, Bobby Butler gets past on the restart. And now with 29 laps to go, he's beginning to open the gap just a little bit. And as Kyle Melvin pulls to the infield, lap traffic may not be as much of a factor as it was in the early stages of this race. We don't have nearly as many cars on the speedway. I think Butler's still going to get to it if we stay green, but it might not hinder him as much. We'll see. The gap right now, an even second between he and Dominic Foster. Then Tyler Tank running in 3rd with Tyler Lindsay right on his back bumper to turn number 3. I'll tell you what, Tyler Lindsay is coming. He is one of the fastest cars on the racetrack without a doubt right now. And as he clips that infield tire coming out of turn number 2, he is trying to find any way he can to carve his way past the 11 of Tyler Tank. Bobby Butler working his way out of turn 4. 24 laps remaining. Still a long way to go. This is about the length of a regular feature on a Saturday night at Airport Speedway. So can Bobby Butler hang on for now 23 more laps to get back-to-back Battle of the Bullring wins? Battle's on for the back. Oh, trouble!
Tyler Tank almost stopped. That all started Tyler Lindsay getting into the back of Tyler Tank. You could see the frustration starting to build in Tyler Lindsay. He knows he's got to go and get around those cars. Maybe things starting to boil over a little here.
Yeah, those three all were battling hard for that third position. And Wayne Scott got the roll end of that deal. Beg your pardon, LeVar Scott got the roll end of that deal. And now he was able to get the spot back earlier. He's not going to get this one back. And he is probably not going to have a chance to win this thing with 23 laps to go.
I don't see how Tyler Tank and Tyler Lindsay don't get sent to the back for this as well. It was really their game of grab ass going to turn number 1 that really kind of set that whole train in motion.
See what gets called here, if anything. So far, no decision or no move has been made, so they may have just deemed that as a racing incident, and Tyler Tank could remain along with Tyler Lindsay on row 2, and that's two potent cars from row 2. And I'll tell you what, Chris, look at the guy running in 5th. Somehow, some way, PJ Williams has worked his way into this thing. He's now going to start from the inside of row 3 for this restart.
Yeah, PJ Williams going full Snoop Dogg there, a little gin and juice. Something funky going on there with the number 29, that's for sure. It'll be interesting to see what he can do over the course of these last handful of laps, or a couple of handfuls of laps anyway.
I'll tell you what, Chris, the same exact thing happened yesterday in the showdown, and he pulled in then. That car has had some sort of issue, and you can see just how much it's leaning over on the left side. That same exact thing happened last night in the showdown, and he pulled it in. Obviously now with 23 laps to go, still running in 5th. If that thing will still run, he's not pulling it to the infield, that's for sure.
Yeah, you got $3,000 on the line. Not a chance this thing ends up in the infield unless it absolutely has to. Now the questions become, when do we see, yeah, we're going to see a single file restart here. Now this really gives Bobby Butler a chance to really stretch his legs.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. For the first time, it's a single file restart now with 23 laps remaining. So Bobby Butler is going to have the track to himself for the restart with Dominic Foster, Tyler Tank, Tyler Lindsay, and PJ Williams all directly behind green flag. PJ Williams tried to jump to the inside of Tyler Lindsay, couldn't do it. Oh, spinner turn 1. Patrick Chilmonic goes around, and a couple other cars in the stack up. Severn is one of them. Corey Anderson is over there. Robert Pierce. I think that's John Vreeland, and Angelo Karupis also got a piece of that as well. Tough break for Chilmonic. He'd worked his way up inside the top 10, but now involved in that incident.
Drivers meeting turn 1. Corey Anderson still down there trying to get that car refired. At this point, some of these cars have to be getting close to that 5 maximum, what are they, DOT stops? I don't know if we're like state police out here inspecting these trucks or whatever, but there's some of them got to be getting close to that magic number.
Yeah, I don't have the official number up here, but I think that's about the 3rd or 4th time we've seen Corey Anderson come to a stop. Unfortunately, they've all been as of late after he had a really good start to this thing. Chilmonic, for the most part, had kept his nose clean, got caught up in an incident earlier in the night, but did a nice job working his way through the field until then. He's still going to have a chance to try and rebound, but now has lost all the track position that he at one point gained. And on this single file restart, I mean, now, Chris, we saw PJ Williams try to time it, duck to the inside of Tyler Lindsay. I can imagine if we continue single file here, those anticipations and those jumps potentially, they're going to get more and more aggressive as we go down toward the end of this race.
Yeah, you can't go 2 for 1. on them, basically, at kind of what we're looking at this point. I don't know if you're even as far back as Tyler Lindsay or PJ Williams. If we're going to restart single file the rest of the night, you're going to have to do this on raw pace, and it's going to be really tough getting around Bobby Butler and Dominic Foster up there at the front. Those cars have been very quick. Tyler Tank is not easy to get around, as we've seen all night. You're going to have to really go for it. Nut up and ball out, man.
It does kind of seem like Tyler Tank's car has fallen off a little bit from what we saw earlier in the night. Maybe he can recapture some of that here, but if he can't, Lindsay could be there to pounce behind the front two as Bobby Butler and Dominic Foster lead us back to turn number 1. Clean start as they race down the backstretch. Oh, trouble further back. Robert Pierce and, trouble further up in the field in turns 3 and 4. PJ Williams went for a slide as that was happening down in turn 1 and has 4 cars collected over there with him. The 4 of Mike Butler, the 14 of Connor Gross, LeVar Scott's over there, and I think that's Angelo Karupis, the other car involved.
Yeah, the drivers' meeting rescheduled for turn 3 down here. Looks like everybody's going to be able to get away. Mikey Butler's pretty hot under the collar. We'll see if LeVar Scott is going to be able to continue here, because that car's been having the motor issues that he talked about at the halfway point. Looks like he's going to have to go up on the hook.
Now, I'm interested to see, and I'll admit I haven't been keeping exact track, but that's either got to be the 4th or the 5th time we've seen PJ Williams have an issue tonight, and that was one where it looked like I didn't see the start of it. I was looking over in turn 2 when Robert Pierce had his incident and got everyone kind of bottled up near the back, but I don't know if he just lost it on his own. Certainly, I mean, you see that car, it's leaned over, it's kind of cattywampus. I'm sure that's not exactly helping matters for PJ Williams, the driver from Wilmington, Delaware, but I don't know if that was necessarily his doing or what all happened, but either way, he stopped, and now, once again, for it seems like the umpteenth time tonight, he's at the back of the field.
Yeah, he's going to have to go back to front. He's got a tough row to hoe here. We've got LeVar Scott standing down here. The first thing he did, he jumped out of the race car and immediately ran over to the burn barrel that we have going down here in the infield. LeVar, let me ask you real quick here. Is it as cold inside the race car as what we're feeling out here?
Probably not as cold, but it's pretty chilly.
Looked like the motor issues have finally put the end of the night there for the 34. Also seeing the Z coming in here as well.
Jordan Tittle, yeah.
Jordan Tittle already has the gloves off, steering wheel off. His night appears to be absolutely done. The used car lot developing in a big way here down in the infield of Airport Speedway. I don't know how many laps we have left. It's not that many, but we're down to only like 12 or 14 cars left here.
22 laps is the answer, Chris Graham. And yeah, I'll tell you, I mean, you look at the lineup, it's Bobby Butler first, Dominic Foster second, Tyler Tank third, Tyler Lindsay fourth, Connor Gross fifth, Patrick Chilmonic sixth, Mike Butler seventh, PJ Williams eighth, Angelo Karupis ninth, and then the 54 of Jacob Severn and the 34 of John Vreeland. We've got 11 cars left in this thing, and here we go. It's Butler, Foster, Tank, Lindsay, Gross at the front. Here we go. Butler let him down slowly and then hopped on the gas out of turn number 4. He'll lead him uncontested back to turn 1. Here comes Tyler Lindsay. He's having a look on Tyler Tank as they race coming out of turn number 4. Tank's going to hold on for the time being, but Lindsay, I guarantee you, is not going to let him get away. And we saw the raw speed that Connor Gross had earlier in the night, one of the fastest cars in time trials. He's still there in 5th. Here comes Lindsay. He'll shove it in there on the bottom of Tank, but had a jam on the binders to avoid contact. I'll tell you what, a few more laps, he might be a little more aggressive. This could get interesting as they come back to turn number 1 once again. Lindsay not in position to make a move that time. Tank has opened up the gap about a car length, but Lindsay trying to chew into that, charge the corner, see if he can find a way. He gets right up off and right to the back tail tank of the number 11 as they come into turn 3. Gonna be 17 laps to go for Bobby Butler out in front. Dominic Foster second. This is the battle right now, though, for third. Tyler Tank and Tyler Lindsay, nose to tail. And if Tyler Lindsay can get past Tyler Tank, I don't know. He may have a shot. Here he comes. He'll shove it in on the bottom. There's going to be contact as they race out of turn number 2. Nearly Lindsay went around, but Tank able to hold him off for the time being. Tyler Lindsay going to have to try and find another way around with 15 laps to go. He's running out of time. Bobby Butler's going to come up to Patrick Shilmonic as they race out of turn number 4. That'll be the one-lap car he sees, and it might be the last lap car he sees. But continue to keep an eye on this battle for third. Tyler Lindsay, if he can get past Tyler Tank, I don't know. He may have a shot, but it's going to be very difficult. And as you said, Chris, Tyler Tank is a very difficult person to get around, and he's showing it right now through turns 3 and 4. We've got 12 laps to go, and I think it might be too little too late without a caution.
Tell you what, watching Tyler Lindsay, he's backing up the corner entry, trying to get the car to really accelerate off the corner. The problem is he's running the exact same line as Tyler Tank. He's got to go somewhere else.
He's got to go somewhere else, and he's got to do it quickly because we've got 10 laps to go in the battle at the Bullring. Bobby Butler out in front, trying to become the first two-time winner of the 13-13 Enterprises Battle at the Bullring in this, its 4th iteration of the 100-lapper. Coming back to see 8 to go, this time by. The gap is pretty large between he and Dominic Foster, 1 3/4 seconds to be exact. Battle's going to continue on. Tyler Lindsay just clobbered the tire in turn 2, trying to cut under Tyler Tank. Couldn't get it done. He's got Connor Gross right there behind him as well. It may not matter unless we see a yellow. Bobby Butler going to come out of turn number 4, 6 to go. The driver from Bridgeport, New Jersey, the conductor they call him, into turn number 3, and he'll see 5 laps remaining to match his car number as he works into turn number 1. 3 lap cars directly in front.
Trouble, turn 4, Tyler Tank stopped up against the outside retaining wall. He made contact with Tyler Lindsay. Lindsay had just cleared him, and then Tyler Tank's number 11 comes to a stop. Now we're about to get spicy here, brother.
My goodness. With 5 laps to go, everything has changed. Tyler Tank gonna pull to the infield. His night is over, and his run of dominance that has been as of late not gonna carry over to the battle at the Bullring, unfortunately. But now 5 laps to go, and I think for Dominic Foster and Tyler Lindsay and Connor Gross, they realize this is their last shot to mess with Bobby Butler and get him on a late restart to try and steal the battle at the Bullring.
Yeah, you can see them. They're coming back to green here. Butler already playing the games off at turn number 2. Lindsay knows he's got a little bit of an inexperience ahead of him. He's going to have to go quickly here.
Oh, Butler didn't go. Yikes. Well, that was ugly. And that's coming back. Well, we talked about it, Chris. There was going to be some gamesmanship, and there was a lot of gamesmanship right there.
Yeah, it didn't look like Bobby changed his speed at all, that will sometimes not necessarily negate the jump start, but at least no penalty gets issued in those possible instances. Butler seemed to he held pace. Foster tried to kind of guess, and, well, he guessed wrong. The problem now is he can't do it again. He'll go to the back if there's a repeat violation.
Yeah, that's big. So Dominic Foster's kind of used his mulligan now. He's going to have to try and make something happen on this restart.
I'll say this, though. If I'm Bobby Butler, I want Foster behind me. I don't want Tyler Lindsay there.
Well, we'll see, because here they come to the green flag. 5 to go. That was a good restart from Butler. Is it good enough to get him away from Foster? Here comes Lindsay to the inside. He'll shoot to the bottom out of turn number 2, but Foster's going to get the drive up off to clear him. 4 laps to go this time by. Bobby Butler out in front. Tyler Lindsay trying to go to work on Dominic Foster. Could Foster be Bobby Butler's saving grace over these final 3 laps? It's going to take something big, and Tyler Lindsay knows if he's got any chance, he's got to make something happen with Foster right now, because we're coming back to see 2 laps to go. Bobby Butler working his way down the backstretch. Oh, trouble turn 2. PJ Williams is around near the back of the field. He was racing around Mike Butler and Angelo Carupis and went around, and Chris Graham, we're going to have a good old-fashioned Saturday night shootout green-white checker to settle the 4th annual 1313 Enterprises Battle at the Bullring.
PJ Williams, I may have used up his last life. I'm not sure how many more he was going to have to begin with. Bobby Butler did not want to see that, though. One way or the other, it's not like they were going to race back to the line, so whether the caution came with 1 to go or 2 to go was really kind of immaterial here. The bigger issue at this point now is Tyler Lindsay. He's been able to restart a couple of times behind Foster. He's at least been able to see the games. He's going to try something big here in turn 1.
He's going to have to. That's going to be his only chance. And for Dominic Foster, he knows he's going to have to try something big to make something happen with Bobby Butler on what could be the final restart with 2 laps to go. Green, white, checkered, shootout style to settle the battle at the Bullring.
Overtime.
Here we go. Bobby Butler to the start zone. If he can get away, he's going to have a chance. He gets away from Foster back to turn 1 by about a car length. Here comes Lindsay trying the high side. Trying any sort of last-ditch effort he can to turns 3 and 4. But here they come to the white flag. Final lap for Bobby Butler.
Lindsay got way loose in the entry to turn number 3. He's going to lose 3rd.
All aboard. The train is pulled into the station, and the conductor, Bobby Butler, is the first 2-time winner of the Battle at the Bullring at Airport Speedway.
How about the 14 of Connor Gross? Oh, buddy. They're trying to wad him up here, getting him off the racetrack, too. Mikey Butler had to slide to a stop. Just about took somebody's head off trying to get into the infield here.
Now he's going to go over and give Bobby a little celebratory push. Maybe. Or maybe he was trying to do a Denny Hamlin. Either way, Bobby Butler is your winner. Not only does he become the first 2-time winner of the Battle at the Bullring, but he does it in back-to-back years.
I think they're trying to do donuts down here.
Bobby Butler, I'd say the new car is pretty good. 1 for 1. Bobby Butler. Debuts the 5B this weekend, and now he's the winner of the Battle of the Bullring. He's going to get ready to climb out of the car. Chris Graham will be down there to talk to him. When he does, he's going to pull that thing into the victory lane, a place he's gotten familiar with. The 100-lapper for the 2nd straight year belongs to the driver from Bridgeport, New Jersey. It was Bobby Butler, your winner. With
Bobby
Dominic
just waves
Foster.
me over. Says to me, "What did I tell you at the halfway break?" He knew this car was good. He's going to climb out now, and there you go, buddy. Bobby Butler, the first 2-time winner of the Battle at the Bullring.
Bobby Butler, your winner. Dominic Foster comes home second with Tyler Lindsay third, Mike Butler fourth, and Jacob Severin, I believe, completing your top 5. Unofficially. Either way, we know this guy was your winner. Bobby Butler has gotten it done. Mike's down there to congratulate. Chris, it's going to be a party down there tonight, I bet.
Yeah, lots of Homestead coffee, I think, is going to be the order of the evening here. It's freaking cold down here, man. Good God. The big checks coming out here. We'll see the trophy presentations and all that kind of stuff here. Doing the Victory Lane interview with the House Public Address System. Let's see if we can't sneak a quick word in here with Mike Butler. Good run here to put this thing up into the top 5. That was just long, though, man.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. You know, it's a small track, so the yellows are expected. We had a lot more yellows than last year, but 19th to 6th, I can't complain too much about. You know,
Gonna cash a decent check tonight. Playing some games down here with Bobby. Were you trying to get the donuts going here later? What was the thought process?
well, I was trying to pull up next to him to give him a little celebratory thing, and then I ended up going nose to nose over there. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, you know, good way for the brothers to party to end the night here. At this point now, it kind of wraps up big money season here in the Northeast. What's the plan here for 2022? You going to Tulsa? Are you going to run the local stuff? What's the you coming back here, I guess, next year?
Yeah, we'll come back here. I like the 100 lapper. I really enjoy long distance races. It puts a lot of strategy into it. These cars don't really use up tires too much. I had a 12 on, so it kind of eliminates that. But no, we're racing next week at Bridgeport with the 600, and then also taking my modified converted to a crate car down there. So hopefully we can get some better results there too.
Yeah, the $10,000 to win Speedster show or whatever it is next weekend. Congratulations here before we let you go. Get the sponsor plugs and thank yous in.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, it's just, obviously my dad, it's his car. Everyone who came down and helped me tonight, my mom, Bobby, who's always helping me out, he puts his car together. I wrecked this car pretty bad about a month ago at Lindus. I flipped it down the front stretch and Bobby put it all back together. So big hats off to them. But short load concrete, Butler Lawn Care and Firewood, Schwartz Tools, Hyper, Racing, Evo Injection, Roland's Performance, I think I said Butler Lawn Care and Firewood, but that's my dad. I'll give him 2 plugs, right?
Yeah.
So.
All right, buddy. Congratulations on a great run tonight. Thank you very much. Well, let's get down here. Let's talk to him. You didn't talk to me yet. Your first repeat winner of the battle at the Bullring. God damn, can we take a plug here or what? The car was absolutely spectacular tonight. Tell us about it.
Oh man, this is a brand new car. First time I sat in it was warm-ups yesterday. We put this car together. Got to thank Mike Dicely of Hyper Racing for the new Evo Plus injection, people. Notice them restarts. This thing just goes. Evo Plus. Brand new Hyper. Got to thank my dad, my mom. My mom, part owner of the car. My girlfriend Lauren, Barry. I got to thank Premier Lathing, Short Load Concrete, Rollins Performance, Homestead. Great, awesome friends, the best friends. Mike and Oliver, my new nephew. And 1313 for putting this on.
I was going to say, you're going to cash a big fat check here tonight. You're taking a couple of badass trophies home. Not a bad way to head into the off season.
Yeah, no, it gives me a good boost. We got one more going to race next week, I think. Maybe I might just cut it there. Who knows?
All right, buddy. Well, congratulations. Once again, big $3,000 win here. Congratulations on the first repeat.
Thank you.
There you go, everybody. There's Bobby Butler, your race winner. Casey, I don't think we have anybody else we're going to talk to down here, so how about you, I'll run upstairs real quick to get us ready to get off the air here, but you wrap things up.
Maybe Bobby Butler should just retire that car. 1 for 1. It's batting 1,000. He takes it home. First 2-time winner of the battle at the Bullring. The 1313 Enterprises 100 lapper belongs to Bobby Butler. Dominic Foster came home in second. Connor Gross was third. Then Tyler Lindsay fourth. Jacob Severn came home in the fifth spot. rounding out your top 5 of what was a wild, maybe even wilder than usual, battle at the Bullring tonight at the Airport Speedway. But my, oh my, was it a show to watch for sure. And Bobby Butler gets it done behind the wheel of the 5B. That we would like to thank everybody who tuned in tonight on the National Racing Network YouTube channel. All of your support is very, very much appreciated. It's always an honor and a pleasure to get to do these races alongside my friend Chris Graham, who did an excellent job pit reporting and producing and doing basically everything tonight except talk for the most part and stay warm. And our camera operator, Patrick Byrne Bizzle as well, doing an excellent job braving the elements tonight. My dad here always to help as well. I'm Casey Kreider saying so long from the Airport Speedway, where tonight the 1313 Enterprises battle at the Bullring 100 lapper belongs to Bobby Butler. He's the first 2-time winner of the battle at the Bullring.